$99.92. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 216-201-9992.
No need to look at your phone for sports news while you're driving. The station with the most local sports talk in town always has you covered. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports by Window Nation. Get 50% off all window sales plus 0% interest for 5 years. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com. While Shador Sanders was playing in his first NFL regular season game on Sunday, 3 suspects broke into his home and stole about $200,000 in property. The suspects entered his home at about 6:46 p.m., according to the Medina County Sheriff's Office. Sanders has surveillance cameras in his home showing the suspects entering and exiting. They were wearing masks and gloves and were seen leaving the home about 6:58 p.m. No practice today for the Browns. Next up for the 2-8 Browns, they travel to Las Vegas to play the 2-8 Raiders on Sunday. Aaron Rodgers hurt his non-throwing wrist late in the second quarter of Sunday's game. Mike Tomlin said today that Rodgers won't need surgery to repair a fracture in the wrist. Tomlin said they'll see how functional he is, and they'll take it day by day this week to determine if he'll play Sunday. The Cavs have 3 home games this week. Last night, they beat the Bucks 118-106. Off day today, and tomorrow they host the Rockets, with the Pacers coming to Rocket Arena on Friday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's Tuesday on Afternoon Drive.
Mitchell weaving around traffic, step through, got the lefty leg. Cavaliers take care of business. Our final score, Cavaliers 118, the Bucks 106.
That game's not going to go in the Hall of Fame for the Cavs. It's not smooth sailing right now.
There's at least some excitement in there, but overall it looks about, 10 times worse than I thought it was going to look.
I just think the funniest thing about all this is everybody's saying the same thing. Shador didn't look good. He had no help and wasn't fully prepared.
Right.
And there was some good there. I don't understand the outrage.
You're going to get me divorced way quicker than I ever will myself, by the way.
I think Anna, the Amish housekeeper, or vivid dreams of Grammy Pat are the things that get you in trouble, fella.
Mama Pat.
Mama Pat.
And we don't talk about those dreams. We need a therapist for someone that thinks that you go to the Vegas and go to the bunny ranch with your child.
10 minutes. Club happy.
Genetics are a thing that Dad knows how long the kid needs, so that's nice. Talking about the 10 minutes.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back, and Club Happy is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are back once again. That open courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network. And Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrenman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't forget to do a little like there. We like to be liked. And also doing the producing today, we got Katie Pollack on the 2020s. But across from me, as always, the man himself, the living legend, I guess. I didn't like that as I said it.
It felt like a lot. Well, you could have let it go, I guess. But
it just felt condescending.
I would have then had to be like, no, Nick, that's a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, please, no more.
Please.
And then I'd have to be like, JP, you are a legend.
And then we would have done the song and dance here, and that's just not, that nobody needs that.
Yeah, we don't need to be Midwest nice to start the show. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing really well, yeah. Had a bittersweet morning.
Good.
So a bittersweet moment this morning that has left me reeling all day. My littles were getting on the bus, and my littles are not little anymore, right? And they were getting on the bus, and they were just being like goofy, kind of like 12 to 13-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And I had this come to Jesus moment where I was like, my babies aren't babies anymore.
Yeah.
And the rest of the day, my existential crisis right here. Just dealing with it all day.
Okay.
Just been a mopey bee all day. By the way, the oldest kid's off school today. She got an extra $50 worth of stuff from Target just because I was feeling and I was in my emotions, and she's like, Dad, can I have this? And I was like, you're darn right you can.
Yeah.
YOLO, kid.
Would you get like some Mr. Beast bars?
No. No, my kid's not a jerk. Just kidding. Those are incredibly popular. I'm mansplaining that to parents out there who have to buy Mr. Beast bars and be like, why am I feeding into this monster? But no. There was a Jeff Buckley album, which I was like, I think kid's got good musical taste. And then there was a lot of lighting. Kids really liked the strip lighting.
Okay.
And I didn't like the way that came out. The little strips of LED lights is what I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Your kids don't have like a Spotify account you guys all share? Or when does that happen?
We do, but yeah. No, we all have a Spotify, but we've got like a record set up there as well. So.
Oh, yeah. Your kids are way more blessed than my kids are going to be.
Oh, see, but you're not, I don't want to say you're not a big music person.
I'm a big music guy. I'm just not your type of music guy.
No. What I mean is, like, music's always playing in the house in one form or fashion.
No, you get a Spotify account. That'll be the music that you play probably. Yeah. Or
Like
you turn on the radio the old-fashioned way and wait for your song to play.
Somebody's got, they still do that? Of course they do. We love our friends in music radio. But no. So it was very cool. It was very, but bittersweet. Definitely, if there's another like story. Yesterday, we obviously had the Bernie story and the Bryce Dunlop story. I will be honest with you, not emotionally equipped to handle those kind of stories today.
Okay, well, let's not do that then. Let's get right after it.
Yeah, let's do it. I will say the amount of people who've asked me, "You excited to see Shador?" It's very much up. Yeah, a lot of people talking about the excitement factor on Sunday night.
How do you not have excitement? You know, like that's kind of the...
You hate Shador.
Is that it? But even those people have to have excitement. Like
no.
I feel like Lima, who seems like I'm not going to say hates Shador because that seems pretty strong, but like Lima
maybe hates Shador's older brother.
He's just a little skeptical, maybe, we'll put it that way. But even he seemed like he was excited to at least see what Shador can do. I don't know. There's excitement here. There is excitement. Dylan Gabriel brought zero excitement. There's something here.
I think I will tell you, there is most of the personal conversations I've had with people have gone something like this. I don't know if it's going to be good.
Yes.
I don't know if it's going to be bad.
Correct.
But I do know that it's going to be incredibly entertaining.
We're flying
and
blind.
That's a step in the right direction.
We're flying blind, but at least we got... Sometimes we forget the idea of sports. The idea of sports at the heart of it is make me a bicycle clown, entertain me, give me something fun, give me something to enjoy my Sundays with. And I feel like in the past couple years, we've just dealt with so much bad, so much ugly, so much suck that we've kind of lost the focus of what these things are actually supposed to be about, which is the heart of it, which is just, am I enjoying my 3 hours on Sunday? And so this might stink on Sunday. I'm not sure. I tend to think it's going to go better than most people. No shock to anybody that's listening, but it's going to be fun. For 3 hours, it's going to be fun. And for a Browns fan that has been through the year and a half now that we've been through, I don't know why a Browns fan would be upset by that.
Yeah, I mean, I think my bare minimum expectations are be as good as Dylan Gabriel has been. So give me a 30 QBR rating or better. And make some plays. It's the make me a bicycle clown conversation we've had a million times. I don't think that's all that high of a bar for a kid that honestly had probably 4 nice plays on Sunday and probably, what would you say, 8 not nice plays or generally outrageously bad plays.
And like everyone watched the Raiders game last night, they absolutely stink. So like there should be the expectation there. In fact, I expect the conversation after this game, Nick, not to be that Shador had the world's greatest game or anything like that, but after watching the Raiders last night and how bad they looked, I know I'm not supposed to take these things for granted, but how do you not think to yourself the conversation afterwards will be the people that always complain like you're messing up the draft picks? That's going to be the convo. The people will be like, oh no, they weren't supposed to win this game. You're ruining our draft position. That is what I expect the convo to be.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we're still to the point where, and I understand that the draft pick conversation will come. You are spot on that. Where we are right now is, I know nobody like we 9367 on the YouTube chat saying 92.3 the Shaduki. He's the starting quarterback on Sunday, brah.
Well, that's another thing we got to get to as well. All the people, listen, there are times where it feels like we talk a lot about Shador. Okay, fine. Guilty as charged, whatever. But, like, he's the starting quarterback this week, and he has not yet started in a game in the NFL. Like, this is the week you get to talk about Shador. If there was ever a week that you get to talk about Shador, this is the week. So I don't want to hear any of that stuff this week. That's just, you just sound like you're out of pocket if you do so.
Also, it's the funniest thing in the world that the Browns are 2-8, unwatchable offensively, And I don't know this thing has ever been more interesting. Like, as 2-8 teams go, I'm incredibly interested in the final 7 games of the season because there's the Deshaun thing hanging out there. There's Shador Sanders, obviously. There's Kevin Stefanski's future. And even, there's people. I heard Jeff Phelps today ahead of the Mary Kay Cabot interview where he was like, I think Dylan looked better on Sunday. And I was like, as opposed to, like, at an 11.4 quarterback rating. But again, I think there's a lot of interesting here. It's not good interesting. But again, same thing with Shador on Sunday. Like, I think if we just go, will Shador play good or will Shador play bad? Man, I don't even know how to determine that other than if we just all agree on one stat like QBR or passer rating or something.
We've gotten too many stats is the problem.
Is it the eyeball test?
That's why I'm back to being an eyeball guy. I'm a gut feeling guy. I put my scouting hat on. It says scouting right across it, and then I'm basically John Gruden. What does my eye tell me? And that's how we have to look at these things, Nick. For right now, that's how I have to look at these things.
Just don't release any emails, friend.
Just a classic football guy. Yeah. Well, that comes with the territory of being a classic football guy, does it not?
I don't think so. I think
problematic emails aren't part of the course.
No. I don't.
I thought that was part of the deal.
No, maybe that comes with being an older person. Like, I think there's a segment of people who look at emails as something you can just say whatever you want, whenever you want, kind of like Facebook. But I don't know if that comes with being a football guy, part and parcel.
You did remind me, I forgot to respond to a 92.3 The Fan listener that sent an email. I'm not like Jeff Phelps. I don't get these all the time. And so it was a very long email, but then the email happened before the game, and it was all about, like, finding out things about Shador, et cetera. And I'm like, well, this email doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, the game played, he got in, and now he gets to start. The whole email is just rendered void. But I haven't responded yet. Apologies to that listener.
Do you agree? Like, I know Ken and Anthony today talked about expectation for Shador. My expectation is he'll be watchable. That's it.
I think watchable is good. I thought their take on it was different than what I was thinking.
All right, so here's Ken this morning on his expectation on what Shador will be on Sunday.
Shador is starting on Sunday. And the first thoughts I had, because I saw him struggle so badly on Sunday, was fear. I was struck with fear. I'm dreading Sunday. I really am.
I would love it if Shador, if there was some improvement each and every week and was able to get into a rhythm and maybe he's able to find some cohesiveness with his receivers and Tommy Rees can, figure out a play calling strategy that's going to work with him. But am I counting on any of that to happen? No. I'm expecting it to probably look bad. Not even because I think Shador sucks or anything like that. Like, I didn't think Joe Flacco sucked, and it looked like he sucked. That's why I asked Shador fans last week, are you sure you want him to get in this situation? Are you sure? Because he was a 5th-round pick, and if he looks bad, that could be it for his career.
Oh, no. Then I guess we'll have our answer. Why are we building either of these quarterbacks failing, if that's what happens, to be like the greatest Greek tragedy that's ever happened?
Well, so Weima's makes sense from Weima's point of view and where Weima's attacked this thing. So, like, that's fine to me. I understand that. Ken's is the one that throws me off just a little bit. Like, if you believed in Shador, and I got the impression that Ken had the entire time that we were doing this thing, what are you to be scared of on Sunday? Where's the fear coming from? Unless you just think that it's the worst offensive line in the sport and you don't have good enough wide receivers and you could throw Tom Brady back there in his prime and nobody's going to have success. But, like it's Sunday in a dome against one of the worst teams in football and a team that really doesn't have the defense to be able to scare you. They got Max Crosby, not much else going on there. Like this is the soft launch that you want for Shador.
Also, I think if Shador hadn't played on Sunday and Monday was announced Dylan Gabriel's in the concussion protocol and Shador's going to start on Sunday, every single person, not part of the hater tribe, whoever that might be, every single person would be like, finally, this is going to be interesting. We get to see it. I think if you say, I'm terrified after a half of football, where the kid hadn't seen any reps with the one ever, I think you're putting too much stock into half a game of football.
I think so as well, because that's the only way you'd end up being scared is if you really took what you saw on Sunday and said, well, that's all he's ever going to be for this season. Maybe he'll get better down the road if he got more time, but this is all he's ever going to be, because there's no sense of fear that I have for Sunday. I'm living in the excitement world, and guess what? If he happens to stink, then okay, fine. He stunk on Sunday. Life moved on. But I'd rather see him out there have the opportunity, but especially against this really bad Raiders team.
I just think every time somebody massively reacts in the negative or positive on anything either quarterback does, it's like it's a third round and a fifth round player. The odds of either guy ever doing anything in the NFL were long in the first place, and now you're putting them in as rookies. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not that emotionally devastated if Shador looks like Shaduki, to use the YouTube chat phrase there, on Sunday. I like, as you've said, life will go on. I'm expecting entertaining. If he's good and boring, I'll probably be madder than if he is.
Which doesn't seem possible with him, by the way.
Mid and unentertaining.
He was awful on Sunday, and every bit of that was exciting. I don't know it's possible for him to be a combination of bad and boring, unless too many people get in his head, and instead of throwing that pass to Larvidan, he all of a sudden decides to turn into the check down Charlie, because the film guys over the week in Berea were like, hey, and Njoku was there, Judy was there, now we have to do this. But I just don't think that's going to happen.
216-474-0092 is the expectation that Shador won't be good on Sunday. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got the Peterlin Pass at 3:40. This one's going to surprise you. Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool, big Cleveland fan, going to be joining us at 4 o'clock today. Albert Breer coming up, MMQB at 5:20. We'll ask him about Kevin Stefanski and Shador, some of the rumors swirling around. Also, 2 weeks till the Michigan game. Well, Albert seems very, very spicy about this game. I don't think he just wants a win this year. I think he wants a whooping. And then Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, back with us at 6 o'clock today, part of the pregame show, the tailgate show with JP. Of course, we'll get his take on Shador playing. We'll see if Lance agrees that Dylan Gabriel played better on Sunday when he had a QBR of 11.4. Never been more disappointed than Jeff Phelps. But 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, is the expectation that Shador won't be good on Sunday. And I actually, guys, there's one part of the Shador-Dylan story we might finally be able to bury. This one I think we can celebrate. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup, final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Quick hits coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. I think I might have uncovered the funniest bit of sound I found in sports this week. And I actually found a couple examples, but one might mean we're all out on a specific player. So that's coming up in about 20 minutes. It should be known that Jim on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat saying Shador's going to have us with the most elite 9 points ever. So the YouTube chat's going well here. I just think it's interesting, like the idea of like the problem with I expect to be Shador to be good, I expect Shador to be bad, is you got to put a number on it. Like you have to, like I've said, get to a 30 QBR or higher. Because that's what Dylan Gabriel's sitting at in 6 starts.
30 QBR. What about your passer rating? Do you have anything for that?
No, those numbers are... Because Dylan's got like an 80, 85, 88 passer rating.
No way he was that high.
That doesn't mean...
He had a couple games that were that high, but he didn't... That's not what his average is. Because I think like the career for Justin Fields is like an 83 passer rating. To try to give you some perspective.
81. He's got an 81 passer rating.
Oh, that is interesting because, again, like Justin Fields, I think his career passer rating is like 83, somewhere around there. I didn't realize his passer rating was that high. Passer rating is incredibly flawed, though. We need to like just kind of put that out there. It's incredibly flawed. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I'm more of a QBR guy. And by the way, I hate both.
Which is wild. But I'm not that guy anymore. I'm eye test guy.
Well, no, that's the problem.
I'm now Scout. I got my Scout hat on.
That's the problem. If you leave it up to eye test
on my hat, but it really says scouting.
This is the problem with Shador, and I think we found this, that if you leave it up to eye test, unless he's incredibly good or incredibly bad, people are going to leave with their predetermined feelings on Shador.
I'm a meatball sports fan now. That's what I am. That's what I want to be in this world. That's what I want. Johnny Meatball sports fan. How did it look? Hey, did I go to the bathroom and miss 3 plays? I guess those 3 plays don't count. Doesn't matter. How's the eye test?
You know this is not going to work, right?
What's that?
Because you've got A dot and you've got B dot and you've got C dot.
Yeah, I know.
Is this just for
Carrington Harrison stop by?
We love C dot. Great interview with Jim Nance. I think we played some sound.
That's right. Yes, we did.
I don't buy it. No, I don't buy it. I think
you shouldn't buy it. Every time I've said it, it's been in jest.
I think.
Why would you buy this?
I think.
Did people take me seriously with that?
I think when it comes to yes,
only you.
No song. However. I think the problem with unless we establish, like when Ken said, I expect Shador to be bad.
Well, he had fear, and I just don't know how you have fear in this one. That's I'm just very confused by that.
I just don't.
If you believe in Shador in the slightest bit, you shouldn't have fear for this game.
I also just don't understand putting that much fear into a 5th round and a 3rd round quarterback.
It really isn't the end of the world. I mean, if he stinks, and then you just find out that maybe he needed a little bit more time, or maybe maybe this isn't right for him at the moment because the offensive line is so bad and because the receivers are so bad. And so many people were always going to stink in this spot that, okay, fine, that is what it is.
Like, to the amount of people that were like, gotcha on Shador, it's like, you didn't get a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you're like, the anti-Shador crowd has spent months yelling he's just a 5th round pick. So if he played like a 5th round pick, I don't think you really got anyone.
What's funny is that actually I had a friend that's I'll call a neutral party when we talk about the Shador stuff. Basically, yeah, they live somewhere in the
welcome to my country.
They live somewhere in the middle with you. They told me earlier today that they thought the anti-Shador people had become way more annoying than the pro-Shador people.
Yes. I think they.
I mean, both are annoying in their own special way.
So the funny thing is, I'm not annoyed by people individually, whether you do or don't like Shador, but I'm incredibly annoyed at the discourse. Like the reps thing is taken over.
Yeah.
Like the he didn't have any reps thing, which again, the whole crux of the argument, you have to know what one quarterback got and what the other didn't. The whole crux of the argument is. Dylan has had extra special preparation to get ready for starting, and then he still looked like Dookie. So that's a problem. When you gave him first-team reps in camp, when you gave him first-team reps in the preseason, when you gave him first-team reps in the regular season, and then he still went out there and looked, at best, that's not great. Whereas with Shador, which again, Joe Flacco was the starter, and with the offense looking poorly, and Dylan got, whether it was 10, 15, 20% of the snaps in practice with the ones.
Right.
That's different than what Shador got, but the conversation has turned into, well, I experience every backup quarterback. And literally every backup quarterback, which, by the way, the Browns have had like 40 since 1999. I think we should just call every former Browns backup, give them a 5-second spot. Did you get first-team reps when you were the backup?
And they're probably all going to say no, but that's not the point. It is funny to think
we just need one to say yes.
It is funny to think that they're like, finally, somebody's asking for our expertise. Only we can speak to this, the backup quarterback land. And so you got all these bad backup quarterbacks that are just putting their thoughts out there. That is interesting.
I promise I'm not doing this to then crap on Brian Hoyer, who, by the way, was awesome in the Morning Boys today. Erase your phrase. Who, by the way, I think is actually doing a great job on his podcast, even though I don't watch it because it's about the godless New England Patriots. Brian Hoyer today weighed in officially on air with the Morning Boys about the Shador first-team rep saga.
I'm kind of shocked people don't understand how NFL practices are run and reps are given out, because there is no ones and twos once you get to the regular season, right? There is in training camp. But when you get to the regular season, all the reps go to the starters. And then what happens is, depending on the position, particularly linemen, because they don't want to give them every single rep, the swing guard or the swing tackle may sub in for 2 or 3 plays in a 12-play period. But this isn't college where you have 100 and some guys on a team. Like, you can only practice so much, and to give extra reps to a backup quarterback is kind of, when you think about it, like you're kind of not putting your eggs in the basket of what you think is going to win. And I've lived that in many different scenarios. And so the one thing I would say is people just need to calm down, okay?
And yet again, this is where, like, Brian isn't in town. Brian probably doesn't know this.
Yeah.
The problem is Dylan got those first-team reps.
Right.
So Joe Flacco didn't get all the eggs in one basket. Since Dylan has taken over,
you're treating one differently than the other is the obvious takeaway.
And so I think that's why it's the conversation, not just. But again, I understand if Brian's just hearing the Shahive go absolute crazy about this.
And then he's just trying to inform.
Yes.
He's trying to be like, hey, this is how this works in the NFL, while obviously not understanding that this is not how it worked here in Berea, and it's not how it worked with the Browns in any stretch of what Stefanski's been trying to do here. Yes, does it seem like he's given favoritism to Dylan Gabriel? Spoiler alert, he has. That's the reality of it. If you actually hooked him up with some truth serum and said, hey, Stefanski, did you ever have any intention of playing Shador Sanders? Maybe that answer is no, but he still was the backup quarterback. And so because you made him the backup quarterback, you were always one hit away from appearing, and he should have at least considered that, and he didn't.
And here's the other thing. Like, I just, because this is where then I go back at the Shahive, when they're like, well, but see, it's unfair. It's like, well, yeah, but that is also how the NFL works.
Right. But
it's not because of Shador, much like the general conversation with Shador, I think it's people arguing with each other that has very little to do with the actual kid. I think with the parliamentary politics with the Browns organization.
The problem is that he clearly got what I would perceive to be an unfair crack of it all, and then a lot of people made sweeping judgments off of that half of football, which is also incredibly unfair. Now, this week, you can't bring the reps into the equation because he's going to have, starting on Wednesday, all the reps in the world with the ones, and he's going to have all sorts of opportunity to build up experience with these guys. So, like, that excuse just ceased to exist.
So that, I think, is the silver lining in all of this. When it comes to the reps conversation, when it comes to, like, the Shador playing does allow, one by one, for us to strike down the individual narratives that I think have gotten tedious to deal with. And again, people individually can believe what they want to believe. It's the idea that then the interaction becomes just built up, that it's like, what the hell are we doing? Like, anything that we tweet out on 92.3 The Fan, videos of the show, any of it turns into a conversation that is not the conversation that's being had.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is how social media videos tend to go. Mm-hmm. But with Shador, it's just heightened to a different degree. So I, for one, am thrilled that at least this week, the number one thing we can strike down, the conversation we can stop having, is Shador's not gotten any team reps with the first team because he's going to get them all week long.
Right.
And then him playing on Sunday is an extension of, well, how did he look after those first-team reps?
Do you regret the Shador experience at all?
No, because I like the kid. Like, the funny thing is, and let's track the argument or the experience all the way back to the beginning. Mm-hmm. You want him with the number 2 pick. I said no. But 33, yeah, I was probably more open to it. 35, 67, 92. I wasn't exclusively anti-Shador. I just didn't think he was worth the number 2 pick. So once the kid came here, it was like, all right, well, let's see what he's got. And every time I've just been like, oh, if I just shut out the Shador noise, the kid, and I hate saying he's a grown man, but the young man seems like a really good young man. He seems like somebody that you would want to invest in as a human being. And then after watching him on Sunday, he played awful, but I understand why he's in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's tough as a fan to watch Dillon Gabriel play and throw inaccurate 5-yard out passes to the flat and then go, this guy's going to do things. And also, by the way, he also does a lot of other stuff not well. But the point is, it's tough to, there's nothing with Dillon that you're like, oh man, as a casual fan or as a non-Browns employee that you can really latch on to. With Shador, there's a lot of bad there, or there was a lot of bad there on Sunday. There's also a couple good things I think give you excitement. So no, I don't because I think the kid's worth it.
And hopefully we just have an exciting back half of the season and we get to watch him develop. But I do wonder at this point right now how many fans would be like, all the headaches, all the arguments, all the everything, was it actually worth it? Would you throw this all away? If you wish they would have just taken an offensive lineman in the 5th round and just never did anything around Shador. I would argue it's made the season more interesting. I would argue it's made a lot of our conversations a lot more interesting, but I think there's a lot of people that are just like, I'd trade it all away.
Now, would I go back into DeLorean and make sure you didn't draft either guy? That might be more of the conversation. If I could just not talk about 2 quarterbacks who are 3rd and 5th round quarterbacks.
We do the Joe Flacco into Kenny Pickett or Kenny Pickett into Joe Flacco, whatever you wanted to do, and just make that the season?
100%.
Oh, that'd be so boring, though.
No, it would be. You're right. But at least we wouldn't have that. But again, I'm assuming you're going to use the 3rd and 5th round pick on
tackles or something?
On a Charles Grant.
It's the 3rd rounder thing that gets me with Dillon. It's like if they would have just taken Shador in the 5th round and they had maybe just taken an offensive tackle. There's still good offensive tackles in the 3rd round. A lot of players that play in the NFL on a consistent consistent basis, excuse me.
And a consistent
basement,
baseball.
that too. Baseball, basement, I don't know what I said.
Baseball.
I think I said basement.
Good Lord.
I might have said baseball. But on a consistent basis, there's a lot of them that play in the 3rd round.
216-474-0092.
Nothing worse than stumbling over a point that you really don't even hammer home.
I really like the question, though. Do you regret the Shador and Dillon experience? Let's lump them together. I think I do, just because it doesn't feel like you're any closer. Honestly, where you are through 10 games is where I thought you'd be through 10 games. Where right now, you're like, I don't know if Shador's going to do it. I sure as hell don't think Dillon's going to do it.
I think the sad part for the Browns, if you end this season and if Shador looks like he did on Sunday for the majority of it, and it looks like there's not much promise there, if he looks like that, then you spent a 3rd and 5th round pick on nothing that's going to help you for 2027 and beyond, 2026 and beyond.
The funniest sound in sports this week has me out on one superstar. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We're thinking about Bernie as he's going through his medical situation here. He knows that we're with him and he's with us. So just sending all the good vibes, good thoughts I can to Bernie right now.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights, 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock. It's a special edition of the Merging Podcast Scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet 92.3 The Fan and enjoy lunch from Donato's. Admission completely free, and shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations for those in need. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
All right, I don't know they did a good job as the as one of the hosts on the show.
Yeah,
because I have to ask Jax now if we have the LaMelo sound. Can you look in the folder?
Yeah, it's here.
Okay, all right. So I want to get to that. We do have the Peterlin Pass coming up in just about 60 minutes here. We've got Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool come up at 4, but let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, so I do believe this to be one of the funniest pieces of sound that you're going to hear this week. This comes from the Hornets game last night, courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network.
LaMelo got his hands on it twice.
LaMelo screaming for the ball, sets a pinball. That's how you do it.
I want to play it one more time because you're going to hear it at the beginning. And this is not a rooster being choked to death by Lou Ferrigno.
LaMelo got his hands on it twice.
All right. So LaMelo is screaming in the, I would say, least manly way ever. Ball.
I'd say the zestiest way ever.
I think zesty's a great way to put it. I think I'm out on LaMelo.
That was it?
This is a little too Deion Waiters for me, where Deion was up at the far side of the screen, jumping up and down, doing jumping jacks, trying to get LeBron's attention, and LeBron looked at him like he was an idiot.
Was he saying ball? Is that what he was saying?
No, he was screaming ball. And then, by the way, so he's at like the elbow. He gets the ball, and then he fires it to Concanipple, who hits a 3, but it's like...
all that for another pass?
Yes, I was like, you just wanted the assist? Like,
did you think he was a decoy or something? Is that maybe what he thought he was?
I don't. Maybe he thought that the guy who was bringing the ball up, who I could not remember who the heck it was, maybe he thought he couldn't see it. But I'm sorry, you're LaMelo Ball. You should not be screeching ball. Can we get it just one more time? Just a second of it. Which one?
LaMelo screamed.
LaMelo got his hands on it twice.
I'm sorry. If we go German or Chach, that is decidedly Chach. I would do it, but I don't want to blow up my voice or hurt everybody's
give
ears.
it a try.
No, I don't know.
I think you should give it a try.
Oh. That was a bird.
That was a bird.
Omaha!
You can only point so many times. Eagles insider suggesting that there's consternation with Jalen Hurts. Seth Joyner on WIP in Philadelphia. Here we go.
I work with the Eagles insider, and we had an in-depth conversation last night in our post-game show. And it seems to him that, there's some consternation when it comes to, Jalen, not only in the locker room, but in the organization. And that's problematic because, from the outside looking in, you would never think that.
I think it's interesting that inside the Eagles, apparently, according to this report, there are people that want to get rid of Jalen Hurts. Now, they've added that the financial liabilities that are attached to this just basically makes his contract immovable. Mm-hmm. You're stuck with Jalen Hurts, but it's interesting now we've gotten to this part. While they're riding a 4-game winning streak, mind you, we've gotten to this part where Jalen Hurts, they feel like he is doing more harm than good.
Yeah, this is the dumbest thing in the world. Give me Jalen Hurts. Again, getting back to the idea of I don't know that Jalen Hurts will win a Super Bowl anywhere else, but if the Eagles are going to be this dumb, Bring on Jalen Hurts at this point.
I just think it's like this time of the year for them. You know, this is just what they do. They infight. They seem like nothing is ever happy. They are the biggest proof I ever have to the idea that is, for as much as we all talk about culture mattering, culture just honestly does not matter nearly as much as we think it does.
A post-June 1 trade.
They argue all the time with each other.
A post-June 1 trade would be $12 million a year cap hit for the Eagles for
how many more years?
For 2 years and then $7.8 million. A trade pre-June 1 is $45 million $32 million next year, $20 million the year after, and then $7 million in 20.
So you have to do the post-June one, is what you're saying. You can always find a way if you do the post-June one. It feels like
give it to me.
That's the cheat code on this.
You know what? You guys are tired of the success you're having. We'll give you a second rounder for Jalen.
Last year they told him to throw the ball less is essentially what they did. This year Saquon's not even making up for it, and it seems like they're just fighting. By the way, he got freeze framed like you wouldn't believe with some of these armchair quarterbacks on Twitter, where they just freeze frame the spot where it seems like there's an open receiver. I saw like 7 of those with Jalen.
Did he lose his superpower?
I don't know that he lost his superpower, but a lot of people are now apparently inside the Eagles very frustrated with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, they should get rid of him, and you really want to punish a guy, send him to Cleveland. What would the reaction be if you traded for Jalen? Because statistically, he's not having a great season. Although, do you know what his INT percentage is?
It's probably really good. He doesn't throw too many interceptions.
It's 0.4.
Yeah,
that would like 1 is considered holy crap.
But that is part of the problem with him right now is he doesn't push the ball down the field, and he's not really throwing the ball deep in any capacity.
I'll still take Jalen Hurts. Let's go to the Raiders. Got popped 33-16 on Monday Night Football by the Cowboys, and Geno Smith chest tapped and took the blame for literally everything last night.
I keep saying this, man. If something don't look right out there, blame it on me, right? If it don't look right, blame it on me. That's all you can do. Blame it on me. If your kids mess up at school, blame it on me. Car break down going to work, blame it on me.
All right, I kind of like this sound. I like a little bit of the spicy there from Geno. Do you feel better? Do you feel more confident about the Browns' chances to win on Sunday after watching the Raiders play last night?
100%. They looked absolutely awful. I had a couple takeaways from that game, if you'll indulge me.
You did the finger pointing together thing.
I got excited.
This is like if you're like
I got excited. The Mr. Burns, like the Mr. Burns hand thing
this
too
is very
as well.
Clue to me.
I got excited. If you'll indulge, there are 2 points I don't think you think I'm going to make.
Then you put out your pointing finger.
I do this all the time. It's this that's a little bit different. I do this and this all the time. I'm playing with my hands. I'm pointing. I'm gesturing. It is what it is.
You know, for back to the coffee strippers.
George Pickens, amazing at football.
Oh, okay. We set that whole thing up.
Hold on. In a way where I would take him in a draft right now over CeeDee Lamb. That was the most athletic looking wide receiver I think I've ever seen in my life last night. We've obviously known he's talented for a very long time. In that game last night, that was as dominating of a performance that a wide receiver can have in a game where you lead being like, I don't know that there's many players in the league that you would take over him at this point, the way that went down and the way that looked. The other thing, 6 carries, 7 yards for Ashton Genty.
And Chip Kelly's making $6 million a year.
What are we doing here, people? What are we doing?
Chip Kelly's trying to get fired now. He's trying to get that golden parachute.
They ran the ball so few. I've never seen a Pete Carroll team throw the ball with like a 35 attempts passing and like 6 carries when it was all said. I've never seen that out of Pete Carroll.
Who's trying to get golden parachuted more, Pete Carroll or Chip Kelly? Because both of them are like, yeah, I'll take $30 million a year not to coach for the big dummy, Mark Davis, anymore.
I've been waiting to see Dustin Cuck for like a week and a half. I just want to tell him that Ashton Genty's not what he thought he was. Our sales guy that lived in Boise.
Cuck move.
What's next for Jets Justin Fields? Possible landing spots for the former first-round pick after his benching, because he got benched, obviously. And so now people are starting to come up with names. The interesting part about this, and the teams that got brought up, Nick, it's really all teams that would have him in a backup role. The Steelers get brought up again. I don't know if they're going to bring back Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about that later in the show. It is what it is. Miami, I guess you'd compete there with Tua. The Chargers, you're definitely a backup. The Vikings, as of right now, is that an open competition between him and J.J. McCarthy? Because if that's what that becomes, then you basically have sunk all the chances of J.J. McCarthy. It feels like Justin Fields to the Browns, if you want him next year, is 100% on the table.
No, And I do think he should do. I honestly do think that
it's a big setup to see if he wanted Justin Fields or not next year for the Browns.
Yeah, I do think. Please no, I cannot. I just can't.
You're the guy that's like, oh, bring Tua here, bring Kyler Murray here.
Yeah, those are both better options than Justin Fields right now.
Bring Mac Jones
with the Jets.
here. Bring all these other guys here, and you're gonna throw Justin Fields away. Everyone fails with the Jets. Who doesn't fail with the Jets? Aaron Rodgers,
yeah,
Sam
once
Darnold.
they fail, we never hear from them again.
Sam Darnold, we're hearing from him. Aaron Rodgers, we're hearing from him.
Okay, shot down that counter argument. The point is, let's go with Sam Darnold here. Sam Darnold went from the Jets to Carolina, immediately went to starting, and stunk. I think maybe Justin Fields could use. I know he was a backup for half the year in Pittsburgh.
Need a buffer team before he can come to the Browns.
But with 100%. He needs to go with Shanahan for a year.
Who's that?
Shanahan. For a year or two, and then I still don't want him. No.
I like your idea of buffer teams, though. you just need a year to hang out, just a year to chill. You get all right. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. It's going to be a convo, though. We're going to have it at some point.
Cam Scatterbo and a few Giants teammates made an appearance on Monday Night Raw last night.
Scatterbo is everywhere but the football field at this point.
Sitting ringside. He's also got a weird nubbin in his shoulder.
I can't get over. You talked about while Mello is screaming and you not being able to get over it. Once we heard Scatterbo in that podcast, I can't get over it.
On the taco talk?
Oh my gosh, that taco comment.
He just didn't want to be dominated by a taco. But he threw punches at the New Day faction with several of his teammates. If you are the Giants, are you upset with Cam Scatterbo this morning?
Why? Wrestling's not real. He didn't do any harm there.
One, mind your business. Two,
it's a stage, is it not? What's the problem? It's orchestrated theater. Well, also,
all theater is orchestrated.
There's no risk of it being not improv. I thought, isn't that the point of improv?
What?
Huh?
All theater is orchestrated. Even improv is orchestrated to some degree.
Okay, but this is definitely orchestrated, and the point is that if it's fake, he's got no risk of actually being injured.
It's not fake. You get hurt. Those are real bumps. I
feel like I'm arguing with that kid in the bleachers and the sixth grader.
No.
Wrestling is real to me.
No. It's not.
It.
No. I when the WWE comes to town,
real scratches.
We'll connect with Vic Joseph, aka Vic Travagliano, who used to work here, and we're going to get you in a ring. And I want you to take 100 bumps and tell me wrestling is fake.
I don't want to get in a ring. That doesn't sound like a good time to me.
Oh yeah. Oh, why? You afraid to get hurt?
No, it just doesn't seem like anything I'd be interested in.
Because I think you'd know the truth real quickly.
So you were worried. So the Giants should have concern about this and this orchestrated
the guy's out
wrestling
for the
event.
season, and the guy's the biggest dum-dum in the history of sports.
Was he actually jumping over things and doing things? I missed the clip, obviously.
No. It was a Donnybrook, so he got pushed, and then he and the teammates.
Oh, that push is really going to scar him up, isn't it?
Oh, if you think the Giants.
Oh, he got pushed. Oh, we'll shove. Scatterbo got shoved.
That's that voice.
Come on.
Look how shoved.
He got shoved.
What is this?
Say it like I'm doing Saturday night at the Apollo.
Yes, you did. You got shoved. That's exactly. Yeah. Do it again.
Yeah. Okay.
Jax, did you hear it got shoved?
It was a much different voice than I've ever heard.
Yeah, like a darker
before.
Bill Cosby thing. I don't know what was going on there.
No, it didn't have anything to do with Spanish Fly. That is Quick Hits when we come.
Doing voices with my daughter in the mornings.
Shoved.
And I was turning into.
Little girl, don't make me shove.
I thought I was doing like a Gabby's Dollhouse thing. It turns out I'm way off. Scatterbo got shoved. Scatterbo got shoved.
The Browns, quarterback purgatory, and the rest of the league in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Today and tomorrow, they host the Rockets with the Pacers coming to Rocket Arena on Friday. Get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, John, of the Peterlin 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in about 40 minutes. Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool coming up in 1 hour's time. But as we've talked, have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? We have talked a lot about quarterbacks over the last, I would say, let's see, we've been a station since 2011, 14 years.
Yeah.
I will say, I have a little interesting experience having gone down to Carolina and done Charlotte Sports Talk for 4 years. But even just listening to other sports stations, which you and I both do in countless other markets, I think it's interesting to watch the quarterback conversation evolve because there are certain things that are just true.
For the reminder there.
Yeah.
Most fan bases just tend to get mad overall at their quarterback. It doesn't even really matter who their QB is. I've listened to enough Kansas City sports talk, and they get mad at Mahomes all the time.
Or Andy Reid did something dumb, or Brett Veach is a problem.
Detroit every single day is talking about how they don't think Jared Goff is it.
Yeah, which, again, will be us. Like, I think there's an element of this we do have to understand, because we did it with Baker. Like, we should have...
That's the convo they have in Detroit right now, is the same convo we had with Baker.
Yes, but, like, the Baker thing proved it doesn't matter how much strife you've had in your history. Once you get a quarterback, you become overly critical of him. You talk a lot about him. But I thought it was very interesting that there was a Falcons fan that I saw a tweet of that it said, we spent $180 million of Kirk Cousins' contract and a top 10 pick just to end up in quarterback hell a year and a half later after the Michael Penix Jr. injury. And I thought, the Falcons situation isn't great. I'm not here to tell you, like, well, they got it figured out. That's not quarterback purgatory.
Well, no, they still have a chance with Penix.
Yes.
Now, it didn't go very well this year, but they're still committed to Penix in a way that they're not even at the spot where they have to choose. They've already, you got another year and a half before you have to choose about Michael Penix.
Well, but I think, I don't think there are actually that many teams in quarterback purgatory. We talked about Bryce Young on Monday in the pre-show meeting, just about, He had 150 yards, 148 yards, 150 yards, and then out of nowhere, a 450-yard performance against the Falcons. And people were like, he's a franchise quarterback. I'm like, no, I've watched the kid play for 3 years. I still don't know if he's any good.
And I think that's a real decision they have to make.
But that to me is not quarterback purgatory.
All right,
you
so
have a young quarterback.
Give me the definition then. What is
quarterback purgatory?
Okay.
You've got you're now on quarterback 3, 11 games into the season. You ran off 2 veterans, one before the season, one in season.
Is it just the idea that in 2026 the quarterback you have right now is not going to be the quarterback you have in 2026, more likely than not?
And wasn't the quarterback that you had in 2024 either. To me, quarterback purgatory is every single year you go in saying, and now it's Justin Fields' turn. And now it's Sam Darnold's turn.
Oh, so you need an extended stay is what you're saying.
Yes. Honestly, we weren't in quarterback purgatory with Baker or with Deshaun. We were just waiting to see if Deshaun could be healthy and live up to the contract. It wasn't great. I'm not suggesting anybody would want to be there. But knowing who your quarterback's going to be every offseason is better than this crap.
Why does quarterback purgatory sound a lot like quarterback hell? Shouldn't it just be quarterback hell at this point?
I just figured there might be people who didn't want to hear hell.
Okay.
I think that's more what it was like. I've said the QB abyss. I'm thinking of friends who maybe don't like curse words as much. Because
one time, there's a limbo that you're associating here.
Yes.
But my read on it is it just sounds like an awful time.
Yeah, no. I think this is it's the levels of suck that you have in the NFL. Where if you're a Falcons fan comparing yourself to this situation, you're just being a jerk. Like you're not in the same situation. We're not in the same boat. We're not even in the same body of water.
We're not the same, okay?
Yeah. And then, like, I do think, like, that is the one thing, even though Deshaun is still here, what this year represents is a regression to, hey, who's going to start 17 games and who's going to start next year? I don't know. And that's, like, to me, when I think of what's going on in Atlanta, that's the kind of situation that that impetuous owner could look at and go, well, neither of the guys are it, fire them out of a cannon. Okay, but you better have something better than we're going to go to Justin Fields. You better have something better than, like, even Arizona. I think you and I both agree, Kyler Murray ain't it. That being said, that's not quarterback purgatory. You've had an established starting quarterback since 2019.
That's just failing with the quarterback that you've tried to succeed with.
Yes, and now it's fair to say, could we do better? This is just the wrong year to be having that conversation, but you can say that. You can have that conversation. But that, like, to me, when I see Atlanta, when I see Arizona, I'm sure there are other situations that we can look at.
But basically, you just want quarterback dysfunction. Or do you have quarterback dysfunction?
Yeah.
So, like, the Saints, I feel like, fall into this category.
Yes, absolutely. Like, until Tyler Shuck goes out there.
And the early returns are actually pretty positive for Shuck.
Better than I thought, honestly.
Yeah, they really are.
I still think he's Brandon Weeden. But the point is, he looks relatively good. Certainly to expectations. But
now,
like,
are the Raiders in this camp? Because they've been through a lot with the ups and downs. Basically, since Derek Carr, it's been a revolving door. But they gave Geno Smith a lot of money that it should stabilize that. But you watched Geno last night. Like, Geno is not good in this Las Vegas team.
Yeah, I don't think Geno's going to be back next year. I think Geno's going to be one of those guys circulating the NFL this next year. So the fact that I can't tell you.
Geno Smith to the Browns, potentially. How about this news?
Dustin Fox's dream. He's just been waiting.
This news? Would you take Geno
since 2013?
You see how all these quarterbacks just they keep popping up?
Well, but I think, like, that's, like, you're not the team saying, am I going to move on? You're the team saying, all right, what crap-ass quarterback can I get?
So the Titans don't fall in this category because we would assume that Cam Ward is going to be back and return next year, and he's going to have an opportunity.
100%. And by the way, I think of Cam Ward the way I think people thought of Caleb Williams last year. It's like, hey, I'm not seeing it, but you know what? Quite frankly, that's why you go hire a head coach who's worth his salt and see what the head coach can make out of it.
Yeah, and it might be as simple as that. I don't know that there's going to be great head coaches lining up because Tennessee just seems so dysfunctional, and it seems like that ownership is problematic. But there we are. So I got two teams, I feel like. Am I missing anybody else in this board?
It's the Jets and Browns to me right now, definitively. Everybody else, I think the Raiders will be, but that's a personal decision they're going to make.
The Jets, when they move off of Justin Fields, are obviously in there.
Yes. Beyond that, like, the Saints might be, the Raiders might be. I'll tell you a team that might be that we just don't know about yet, and it's the Vikings, but I would be shocked if they moved off J.J. McCarthy this offseason.
Yeah, they're not moving off of J.J. McCarthy after a few games.
A few more games?
You might need a few more.
He's bad.
He's really bad. It's about as bad as it gets.
Like, and here's the thing: you got to understand.
It's about as bad as it gets.
When Sam Darnold looks that good in that offense, and this is the informed part of this.
Well, there are jobs.
Kirk Cousins has looked really good, and again, I'm not trying to bleep on the kid because he seems like a gamer, but they might be in it. But like, and honestly, the Steelers actually might be in it too. Because I don't know, whether it's going to be Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph, and every year they've just been doing the different quarterback dance.
There was a joke on Facebook, because of course it came on Facebook, the idea that Bears players after the game were singing Dolly Parton's 9 to 5.
I heard that. And I also think the other funny part about that is that oh my gosh, that somebody had said they had removed the speakers from the opposing locker room. Now that's just an internet rumor, but it was funny.
Is all it is. Yeah, but it's funny. Yeah.
But 216-474-0092. What teams are actually in quarterback purgatory with the Browns? And again, it is like, I think we need to understand we're right back where we were in 2016. And I think we need to remember how hard it is to get out of that. Because there were and this absolutely informs how they should approach the position in the 2026 offseason. If you can't tell me that guy's going to start multiple seasons for this team, whether it's a Mac Jones type, whether it's a Kyler type, whether it's a first-round pick type, you're already going to fail.
Yeah, but this kind of goes to like what I heard Dane Brugler on earlier today on Baskin and Phelps.
I love his bagels.
He's got bagels?
Brugler's bagels.
Oh, okay. All right. I was like, did Dane Brugler open up a bagel shop? And I just had no idea.
No, but I did do a bad dad joke.
But he's like, He's like, they might not even love the quarterback in 2026, and they just have to like the quarterback in 2026 in order to go and move forward within the draft. And like, it's odd because the Browns are in this spot where it feels like, because if Stefanski and Barry are able to return, they don't have this long runway. If they even have the end of season to be able to return and come back, and they might find themselves in a spot where they force a pick and they force a selection of a quarterback. And when you're forcing selections, you're never not only starting off the team in a strong spot, you're not starting off the quarterback in a strong spot either.
Well, and I think that's what I think scares me about going into 2026.
For sure it does.
Is I don't see a veteran that I look at and go, that's a guaranteed 2 years. At least 2 years.
Like, think about it. Yeah, like if you have all these quarterbacks that we just kind of think are slappies, essentially, like, well, of course you're going to try to think that one of these soon-to-be rookie quarterbacks are better than they are.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of.
You're not giving yourself a fair evaluation there.
It reminds me of the Broncos with Bo Nix. Like, for all we can say about the Broncos and Bo Nix, whether you think he's a lead quarterback or not, Bo Nix lucked into the perfect situation, as did Sean Payton, because they're two guys that I think are meant to work together, who believe in each other's talents immensely. So this is maybe the counter to the idea of, well, you got to like one of these guys, don't love them. Yeah, I think the beauty of this year and the downside of this year is you might have a quarterback that you look at and go, nobody else in the NFL sees a franchise quarterback, but I see a guy that fits what I want. Like, ironically, this might be the year where there's a Stefanski-type guy that is perfect for this draft, but most of the rest of the NFL looks at that guy and goes, well, he's maybe the 8th best quarterback, 10th best quarterback.
And the problem with that right now is that Stefanski hasn't built enough quarterback currency up with us, where we're like, oh, yeah, he's got this vision. He can see it. You know, Sean Payton leaps and takes Bo Nix in a spot where many people had projected him to be a second-round quarterback, like mid-second round, and they take him because Sean Payton believed in him, and it's paid off. Like, Sean Payton, congratulations, you can do it. I don't have that same belief in Kevin Stefanski.
Well, not just that. None of the guys you hire that could be out there are guys that either have that system, or if they do, it's going to be a Cliff Kingsbury. What system do you have? What quarterback fits that? And by the way, I don't trust you, right? Like if Matt LaFleur came along, obviously that's a guy where it's like,
yeah, that's different.
Well, okay, you've made Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love fit into whatever you like to do, that's enough success. But like John Gruden hasn't done that since Brad Johnson.
Right.
Okay. I mean, it's been 21 years. I think you can do it, but I don't know you can do it. And that's like the I think, but I don't know is like the best you might get.
Yeah, I mean, Mike McCarthy was obviously he was with Aaron Rodgers, then he was with Dak, and so he's just kind of had these quarterbacks that were there for himself. Even Kingsbury was a sub 500 college coach with Patrick Mahomes. You know, like he's had tools and hasn't been able to get the job done necessarily.
But like the scary thing to me is you're going to be potentially choosing between the quarterbackless abyss, again, quarterback purgatory, whatever you want to call it, where you can't guarantee that guy's going to start the year after, which again, once you get into it, the harder it is to get out with every year that you get into it. Or you draft a quarterback maybe you like but don't love, which is what Arizona did in 2018 with Josh Rosen,
yeah, and
they kind of lucked into Kyler Murray, who's also been a disappointment.
Well, and the problem there is when you force that and you really go for the like instead of love, and you're doing it because you're trying to keep your job security. That's all they're doing there. You can run the risk of having an offense that absolutely sputters. Like it stinks because it's honestly it's more of a reason why you should fire Stefanski and Barry than anything. Well, but you don't want to put them in that spot where they're forced to take a pick because they're trying to save their jobs.
Absolutely fair, but I'll be honest with you. Sitting here right now, I can't tell you what's worse. Staying in the quarterbackless abyss and waiting till 2027, which again, there's no guarantee anything's going to be there, or forcing your hand and liking but not loving your quarterback. I honestly don't know which one of those is wrong. I just know those feel like the two most likely options today.
And that's what it feels like we're headed towards. And that's why it's kind of the whole thing is kind of scary to me at the moment. Because it either feels like we're going to be set up for a 2026 that seems a lot like 2025, or you're taking a quarterback that neither one of these people will actually love. They just know they have to take a quarterback because it's their only chance of getting out.
Aaron Rodgers, injury has cracked the door in Pittsburgh. What teams are in quarterback purgatory with the Browns? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations.
annual Rainbow Radiothon on Cleveland Star 102, Friday, December 12th. Help change kids' health to change the future when you round up for Rainbow babies and children's at your next visit to Petiti Garden Centers. And don't forget to tune in to Star 102 on Friday, December 12th for the Rainbow Radiothon.
It's all about the kids.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in 20 minutes. Jeff D. Lowe, a barstool. I've been dropping the D with Jeff.
Yeah, you got the D back in there.
I feel bad. I didn't know that you had to say Jeff D. Lowe when you bring him on. I thought it was just Jeff Lowe. I don't know why he's got the D in there, but we'll get to the bottom of it in coming in about 40 minutes. Jeff is a huge Cleveland fan. I also have he's the only guy who can throw this Glenn Powell theory after, because I've tried with Mac and my buddy Matt, but he just is an unabashed Glenn Powell honk. So I can't have an open conversation.
Who's an unabashed? I didn't know Glenn Powell had unabashed honks.
My guy Matt. Yeah, I've tried to.
Matt is. I thought you said Mac was for a second. I was like, wait, I need to know more about this.
I don't know where Mac sits on Glenn.
I actually like Glenn Powell. Oddly enough,
Glenn Lowe.
Glenn
Powell.
I like Glenn. I'm just gonna say Glenn now, as if we're like buddies or something. Because of that Chad Powers show.
Mm-hmm. This will be part of the
show.
Theory that I'm working on.
I don't know that I like Glenn Powell and just about anything else, but I liked him in that show. You know what? Actually, I'd like to see more of Glenn Powell.
I think we've seen enough of Glenn Powell.
I think I want to see more.
Just go watch any of the 75 things he's in.
I don't care about like Running Man or any of that stuff.
The Peterlin, he's done other things. There's Twisters, which is a lot like Twister, but it's with an S on the end.
Yeah, big difference.
But it's not a sequel. It's a postquel? No, I don't know. The point is, Peterlin Pass coming up in 20 minutes as well. I think we got a Wally Pip alert that we got to put out there.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers got hurt on Sunday, had to leave the game. When Mason Rudolph, of all people, came into the game for Pittsburgh fans, they cheered him. And then Mason Graham actually had a relatively good game, and the Steelers... Mason Graham, good Lord. Mason Rudolph came in and had a good game, and now it feels like Steelers fans are rooting for Mason Rudolph to Wally Pip, Aaron Rodgers.
They're actually rooting for this? Because if they are, then they need to stop rooting for that. Now, like Rodgers is his ADOT's not great. A lot of his numbers really aren't that great. He's always going to be a better option than Mason Rudolph. Even though I will say, I watched that game. We were at the sports bar with Coach Riz sitting right next to me. We both had agreed that it looked like the offense was actually able to do something in that game, where for 3 quarters, 2.5 quarters, it felt like they were doing nothing with Rodgers.
Ironically, they're much older quarterbacks, but the conversation there does mirror our conversation here, which is, in this case, Aaron Rodgers and Dylan Gabriel are guys who won't throw the ball down the field, although Pittsburgh can score points and has scored points. The Browns haven't, on offense at least. And then Mason Rudolph comes in. And there's a bit of no risky, no bisky there. Maybe, again, not to the depths of Shador going, was it 4 of 16 with the interception or whatever.
Yeah.
But Steelers fans are like, oh, at least he's throwing down the field.
Well, I wonder if this is Steelers fans understanding that if Rodgers is your quarterback, you're probably not going to make a deep postseason run of sorts. And so, like the way this is positioned right now, not only for the rest of the season, I mean, if Aaron Rodgers, if he wants to come back next year, isn't he going to be able to come back?
I don't know, because I
think that bothers Steelers fans and that setup. But as of right now, I think they would take Aaron Rodgers back.
You mean who? Not the fans, but the team.
The team would, yeah. I don't think the fans want that at this point.
I don't know. This is one of the things, and in fairness, I've not listened to our sister station 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh in a minute, but it's. Honestly, I do think we're one good Mason Rudolph game away from having a quarterback controversy.
Well, because you know where that goes.
Yeah, well, it's the same place where you are now, which is not good.
That playoff game against Buffalo where they were 13.5-point underdogs, and Mike Tomlin left the press conference after one question because he was so angry about how that game went.
I just think Steelers fans, and again, and maybe not the Steelers fans, but maybe the Steelers have forgotten the importance of continuity at the quarterback spot. Remember last year, you had Justin Fields and then Russell Wilson, and then I think there was a smattering of people wanting Justin Fields back.
Okay, but is it the end of the world if the Steelers in 2026 draft a quarterback, tell that quarterback you're sitting for a year behind Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers just has the understanding that this is his final season?
No, I think that's the way this should go.
I think so too. Like, I think that if anything, that's probably how it sets up when this is all said and done.
Yeah, no, that's how it should. But that's why Mason Rudolph's first start here is so interesting, because I think Mike Tomlin probably seems to be kind of where Steelers fans are with Aaron Rodgers. Like what was it 2 games ago where somebody was like, well, how do you think Aaron played? And he went, how do you think he played?
Yeah.
Like, I think that tells you, I think even Mike Tomlin's getting a little impatient, which I don't get. Like,
the Sunday night game was one of the worst games I think I've ever seen Aaron Rodgers play.
No, it was, but I think the point is, I think there is something kind of like when people panic about the Bills' offense looking bad, I'm like, hey, just give it a couple weeks. Like offenses do take time, and in the middle of the season is where it would make sense that an offense kind of dips out. The question is, can you? I think the whole thing is you have to play Aaron as much as possible in the hopes that once you get to December, the offense finds itself and you're off on a nice run there to the playoffs.
I'm going to bet Aaron Rodgers plays this week.
Because I think he knows.
I think he knows too.
I think he knows that if Mason Rudolph, he's one Mason Rudolph throwing the ball down the field. And honestly, at this point, I think Mason Rudolph could even throw a couple picks. It wouldn't matter if he throws 4 touchdowns on top of it.
Reports out of Pittsburgh were that he was agitated, that any leaks even came out and mentioned the severity of his left hand to begin with, as if we all weren't watching the game and watched him basically. He was in pain. There was no other way to describe it. He looked like he was in pain. And then the response to this by the Steelers were, we're tightening up our inner circle. Obviously, it got out, and we didn't mean to get out, and we're tightening up our inner circle. But when Aaron is concerned about that type of stuff, like I think he genuinely was just going to try to play without, and just hope that no one had an understanding that he obviously hurt his left wrist in that moment. He had to leave the game.
But I think that's
wild.
But again, it's just a really precarious situation. Because they're still in command of the division. Honestly, the defense.
I don't know about command of the division. They got a 1-game lead.
That's a command.
That's against the Ravens team that's won 4 straight.
They won against Cleveland.
By the way, if Mason Rudolph, let's go to Jax on this one. So Jax, we have a now season-long bet that started I think a week ago. It's a burger bet, and I think I finally got on the right end of a burger bet, at least when it starts.
That the Ravens would win the division?
Yes, that one right there. Now a lot of this reasoning was with the belief that Nick was backing Aaron Rodgers, and so I accepted that idea. If Mason Rudolph plays, I don't know, a considerable amount of games down the stretch, should we just let Nick off this bet?
No, I would. No, you're still going to win the bet.
Well, I mean, should I give him the option of rescinding the bet if he wants? Because of the idea that the bet was, in theory, more about Aaron Rodgers than it was anything else.
No, he took the Steelers, you took the Ravens.
I actually agree. Yeah, I will not ask out. Now, personally, I think if Mason Rudolph starts more games or as many games as Aaron does down the stretch, I'm buying you a burger. I will concede that I no longer have faith. Mason Rudolph is a scrub. That's who he's ever been.
So he's always
the best thing he did was take a helmet to the forehead about 7 years ago. That's the defining moment of his career. He stink on crap. He's what they love at quarterback. If you're big and dumb, they love those kind of. Mike Tomlin has a type.
Yeah, it is. That's why he drafted Will Howard.
Landry Jones. Let us not forget Landry Jones. Like, if you look,
Duck Hodges.
If you look, oh my God. At least he was a itty bitty thing though. Duck was at least a normal sized human.
I saw him in a podcast complaining about his NFL life. I'm like, you should have been happy to even be there.
What was he complaining about?
He was talking about how he won like the Heisman, like what the version of the Heisman is in the FCS, which I think is called the Walter Payton Award. Anyway, he was like, I had this like storied career, I did all this and accomplished this, and he was like, and I looked at some of these quarterbacks and I'm like, I'm this far behind this guy, and I'm like, I don't think you know who you are, Duck Hodges.
Yeah, that's just.
I don't think you understand who you are.
I mean, in fairness, asking a guy named Duck to be self-aware is probably a heavy. It's probably you're pulling a lot of weight there.
That's fair.
Now, that being said, no, I will say this. I will not ask out of the bet. I think that would be ungentlemanly. And if I'm one thing, I'm usually not a gentleman. But in this case, when it comes to burger bets, this is my high society, highfalutin thing.
Okay.
When it comes to burger bets, I don't chintz. All right? I don't beg off. No. We made a bet.
I just wanted to know, like, if you, because that was not the integrity of the bet was not built behind Mason Rudolph playing more games than Aaron Rodgers down the stretch, and so like I need to acknowledge that. I'd like to acknowledge that, It'd feel a little cheap on my behalf.
Nope, I don't think so at all.
Okay.
No, I think it's fair. You win the bet, however you win the bet.
I also think Aaron is you're gonna have to bench him before he decides he's not gonna play this game anyway.
Yeah, because I think Aaron knows if there's a chance if Mason goes in, there's a while before he comes back in, and not only could that wreck the Steelers' season, that could wreck his ability to go to the playoffs. And I think Aaron knows if you just get into the playoffs and win a playoff game, you can walk away if you want to. I don't know he will, but you certainly can walk away and say, I ended on the right note with an illustrious franchise, and nobody remembers the Jets thing.
A comical subplot to this is the idea that everyone is pulling up when Terry Bradshaw played with a broken left wrist, and then the numbers attached to it, because it's always like, oh, Terry Bradshaw played a whole season. Well, it was like week 4 he got injured, and then played with this broken left wrist. And if you go look up the numbers that he had a negative touchdown to interception ratio, and he threw for a career high at the time, like 2,600 yards.
Yeah,
it's just a different game. It's just a different game.
Terry's stats. Not great.
No.
Yeah, most quarterbacks of that era, the stats
are just awful.
Just awful.
They're just so bad.
Like, he only had 200 interceptions, and he had a whopping 125 touchdowns. Best quarterback in the game.
Yeah, at the time, it was like 17 touchdowns to 19 picks, and it's like, this is the best season of Terry Bradshaw's career.
Also,
all with this broken left wrist.
Also, how do we still not know that Aaron Rodgers, how do we not know his wife?
We don't, because she doesn't exist.
I know, but I want confirmation that she doesn't exist.
Isn't this confirmation enough?
No.
Like did you see the New York Post article like a week and a half ago?
No.
There's a whole article that had quotes from Steelers wives and wags all being like, we've never seen her. We don't think she exists. We don't know what's going on here.
If
you're a wife of any player, you go to, they have functions. They have all these different functions, all these different things that you have to go to, and you make the appearances, and legitimate wags were like, nope.
You think she's a hand puppet?
Never a hand puppet?
Yeah, like an
actual hand puppet.
Who was the Sherry Reynolds? Who was that with who's the children's entertainer?
I was thinking of Jeff Dunham. So
Sherry
I'm
Lansing.
not
I don't know.
Sherry
somebody. But yeah, she had the hand puppet. Maybe it's that.
Okay.
Maybe it's like somebody that he created. Maybe it's like a split personality thing.
I think he was just trying to mess with people. The way that Aaron does.
Yeah, but it's a weird knob way to mess with people.
Well, yeah, I don't think he understood. I don't think he got it. Now, all right.
I don't think he gets most things.
Well, but I do think he's got enough of an awareness that if they wanted to go through that quarterback plan, that 2026 redraft a quarterback, you get one final year, and then that whole year is you just developing them. Like, people think that he was awful in Green Bay, but he actually was really, really good to Jordan Love in that respect, because he didn't want to be what Brett Favre was to him, and so he was really good to Jordan Love. I actually think it'd be a great setup for Pittsburgh. I hate how much I like the setup for Pittsburgh if that is what they end up doing.
I'm trying to find this. I said Sherry Childs entertainer, and it was Sherry Shepard, which is not Sherry Lewis. There we go. Nailed it. Now I feel better. Nobody cares, but I feel better now. And it was lamb chop. That's what it was.
Lamb chop. Yeah. Everyone had a stuffed lamb chop as a child.
Yeah, that's true. It was called the 80s, folks, or 90s. 216-474-0092. Is there a quarterback controversy a brewing in Pittsburgh? And the Peterlin pass is going to surprise you. It involves Draymond Green this week. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Weather Seal Home Services. Get 35% off of installation of new energy efficient windows and siding with 24 months zero interest. That's 2 years zero interest. You'll pay zero interest until 2027. Keep your home warm and cozy this fall and winter. Weather Seal Home Services, where comfort meets savings. 877-351-SEAL or visit weathersealhomeservices.com. Offers valid through November 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey everybody, Anthony Lima for Van Scoy Hair. And if you want to look and feel better about yourself, 2025 can be the year your hair can be fuller and thicker. I went to Van Scoy Hair and it was a game changer, restoring my hair, and it was the biggest confidence booster ever. So imagine what you can do. Call them right now, 216-370-7980. Van Scoy Hair has been in Northeast Ohio for 55 plus years with proven solutions that work. No other clinic in Ohio offers the multi-unit hair grafting procedure. Hair transplants that give you 2 times more hair in one procedure than anything else.
Kugler here from Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. Week 12 of the season kicks off in Houston when the Texans host the Bills. In a bounce-back win last week, Josh Allen posted 6 touchdowns and moved Buffalo to 7-3. Now they face a Texans team on a 2-game winning streak. Marcel Reese joins me for the call of the Bills at the Texans on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, I think we do have Jeff D. Lowe coming up in about 20 minutes here. I think we've got a situation brewing.
Okay.
Somehow from the same clip that Keith pulled of you and me earlier, one of us upset Lima, and the other somehow upset Ken. So basically, we were talking about the excitement with Shador on Sunday. That is part of the conversation we were having.
Yeah.
And my point was, I don't think we should be getting this upset about any of them. Like, we don't need to have the Shadillin wars. I don't think we need to have them. If either of these guys turns out to be good starting quarterbacks, it's going to be a bit of a miracle in and of itself. I just want it to be exciting, right? So Ken took umbrage with my opinion because I think he thought I was like criticizing him for being invested in Shador and his concern that Shador's not going to look good on Sunday.
Oh, I thought it was mine because I said, what do you have to be fearful of?
No, and then that was Lima. Lima took umbrage with that. And I was like, how can the same clip make two people who had different opinions this morning mad about it?
I don't know. They got to listen to the segment because I think we very clearly stated, or at least I tried to very clearly state that like Lima's take on it is what I think Lima, based off of his comments the entire time, that's what his take should be. Like that one tracked, right? It was Ken essentially living in his fears in many ways. And that's the part that I was like, that part doesn't make sense. If you believed in Shador, you shouldn't be scared, and you use the word terrified. You shouldn't be terrified of Sunday. You should be giddy with excitement and anticipation. Like the only people that are fearful of what's going to happen on Sunday are the people that think it's going to go poorly. That's the problem I have with it, Nick. Like if you are invested in Shador and all this, don't coddle him. Don't act like he's a scared puppy out there. Get excited that he gets an opportunity. And if you really thought Shador was good at football, then you'd be excited by the chance that he's not only having a full week of practices, he's in a dome, so the weather's not going to be a situation at all, and he's going to have a chance to go out there and showcase what he can do. Like that can only be excitement, not fear.
In fairness, Ken might just not want Shador to look bad because Lima's going to be insufferable a week from now.
No, but the problem with that, and that's fine, I get that, but the problem with that is that you're already setting yourself up to believe that he's going to be bad. If you actually believed in Shador and you had that investment in Shador that you're saying you have, then you're not thinking he's going to be bad going into this game because I've been behind Shador the entire time. No part of me in my brain right now, and maybe this is where I'm the problem, but no part of me in my brain right now thinks under that situation and that setting, even though he's got a bad offensive line and he doesn't have the greatest resources to work with. I watched the Raiders last night. I have a hard time thinking he's going to go out there and just flat out suck. If it happens, it happens. But, that's not the expectation of my brain.
Sounds like you're checking Ken's privilege.
I mean, I just, in many respects, the people I know that have believed in Shador Sanders and the people that have followed him the entire time and the people that have watched and paid attention to his game and like his game the way that I do and the way a lot of Shador fans do, we're not scared about Sunday. We're excited that he gets a chance to right the wrong that was last Sunday and how badly he looked in that game, and he's going to have a chance to go ahead and rewrite it. And again, if he stinks, all right, we got to have some real conversations with ourselves. But that's not fearful. That's more the idea of great, he gets an opportunity to clear some of this up and show everyone what he can do.
Yeah, I will say I wasn't afraid that Dylan would look bad in his first start. I kind of assumed it because I wasn't a big Dylan believer. But I don't know, I guess even because the Browns are in the quarterbackless abyss, and we've just been through this, I think some people forgot during the Baker and Deshaun years what this is like. What it's like where you don't know who your quarterback's going to be next week, let alone next year, right? And oh, by the way, even after next year, I don't think we're going to know. As of right now, you can't tell me who's going to be the quarterback in 2027. Because you have that level of instability, I think we've forgotten, no, this is the rip the Band-Aid off and see what works. I think that's all this is.
You get to try it out. Again, if you call the season a fact-finding mission, like we've just had it described so many times, all right, then find out as much as you possibly can. It's all right. But the idea that you'd have belief in Shador, but then be so scared for Shador in this instance and so fearful and terrified of what's going to happen to him on Sunday, no actual Shador fan is looking at it from that perspective, because we know that Sunday was not what Shador can offer up, and so the expectation should be he gets a chance and an opportunity to rewrite some of the storylines that have existed on him, and we're, if anything, thankful that he gets that chance and that opportunity. Not scared.
Sounds like you're saying Ken Carman is not a real Shador fan.
I question it after hearing it, yes.
Oh.
I do. I question it after hearing that. Yes, I do. Yes, because why would you look at it in a fearful way? Unless you think no quarterback can exist under these circumstances.
They gave him the out there. That was nice.
If you think no quarterback can possibly exist with this bad offensive line that's last in PFF rating and everything else on this roster on the offensive side of the ball, and that includes Stefanski and everything that he would draw up with plays, and then Tommy Rees's ability to call those plays. If you're fearful of that, that's a different story. But yeah, if you go into this game terrified, then that's just a lack of belief in Shador there.
I'm just not afraid of wasting 6 games with Dylan, and I'm not afraid of wasting 7 games with Shador. Like, where I get afraid with these situations is if it's a quarterback I think has talent. And when I say talent, I mean this is a proven quarterback. I know they can work out, but I don't trust the scenario, and this could prematurely end this, and they'll go somewhere else and be well. Or the Baker thing, which is first pick, couple false starts, good season, injured season, gone. Like, those are the scenarios that I would live in my fears in, not this. If Shador's no good on Sunday, well, we'll go back to Timu Tua. And by the way, if he's not good the week after, maybe we'll go back to Shador. At this point, and honestly, guys, I think Shador playing this last Sunday means we're even more likely to have Deshaun Watson see the field again this year, because at some point you're going to run out of quarterbacks to go to. Right. That would be the one that would, and even then it's like, bleep it. If he ends up playing, I think it's a massive mistake, and I think it's a spitting in the face of Browns fans, but fine. You want to do that? That's how you want to disrespect Browns fans? That's on you.
It's just nothing to be scared of.
I kept doing this.
It's an
I did
opportunity.
a lot of this. I was a little Tommy DeVito with this. That being said.
Tommy Cutlets?
Little Tommy. No, it's a different Tommy. Let's get to the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, the pass is going to go to the fan that pushed Draymond's buttons. Draymond Green made headlines. He confronted a Pelicans fan, taunting him with chants of Angel Reese in New Orleans. Sam Green, the Pelicans fan who taunted Draymond, told the AP that his chant referenced a sequence where Draymond missed 5 straight shots. He rebounded the first 4, obviously, referencing Angel Reese, who, played collegiately at LSU, so she was in the area and is a great rebounder, but a streaky shooter, I think is the right way to put it.
And me bounce. Don't forget me bounce.
Yeah, all those. Draymond, speaking on the Volume podcast, had this to say.
I laid the ball up and I missed it. And I tapped it up a couple times. Tapped up, miss. Obviously, those are offensive rebounds. And I come back down the court. It was a dead ball. And he goes, "Oh, Draymond." Yeah, he's like, "Oh, you Angel Reese." And so I laughed. I'm like, "Oh, okay." That was a little funny. As the night goes on, he continues to go, "You Angel Reese." And then there's a little more said with it. "Hey, Draymond, you're Angel Reese." Like, now, I got what you were saying the first time. By the way, to use Angel Reese's name as a negative connotation, I really don't like that. There also gets to a point where, as a man with 4 children, soon to be 5, once you start to add the different fillers onto your Angel Reese, at a certain point, now you're disrespecting me.
I actually think this reveals more about Draymond than it does the guy that being called a woman got him this upset. I think that needs to be one of the resounding takes that we have off of this. But no profanity, no offensive language. This is the type of heckling, Nick, that I do think is in bounds.
Yeah, and it's the exact kind of thing that shows how soft Draymond is. And by the way, he just gave every NBA fan for the rest of eternity the kind of juice to get in his head.
That's it. All you got to just call him Angel Reese?
Angel Reese?
That shouldn't be. I mean, what are we doing?
Do you see a stat line after it? It didn't look good. Like, he continued to struggle. Like, all right, man, get ready to hear a lot of Angel Reese chants. And by the way, I think you're spot on with the first part of this, which is, I don't know why being called a woman in any way would upset you. You know you're a man. You're just like, these guys are so soft. Like, listen, if somebody says a derogatory term or a slur, okay, I get it. I do. Mm-hmm. But just a name thrown at you, these dudes are so incredible. They're such incredible physical specimens. But and Draymond, future Hall of Famers, made, I want to say $200, $300 million in his career. NBA champion, all this stuff. And Angel Reese has you unwind in a game? I actually think the NBA did it very wrong by just giving Draymond a warning. He should have been suspended.
I like that take. What's funny about the video too, Nick, is that so obviously there's this big confrontation, and you're like, all right, it's gonna be when he gets there, it's gonna be this this tiny little guy that's 5'4" and is balding, and it just seems like he's a wealthy individual that happened to be there. This guy's as tall as Draymond.
Yeah,
so it looks
he's
like
a unit.
Yeah, absolute unit of a human. And you're like, wait, I didn't see that coming.
I kind of
this guy can go toe to toe with Draymond.
By the way, very smart of the guy to hold his hands out, just come on, hit me.
Oh, yeah.
Very smart. I mean, I got to say, the guy, not only does he get the Peterlin pass, I think he kind of just gets a golf clap you, sir, are winning. That was a very secure individual, and Draymond, not so much.
No, not so much. But I think this type of heckling, this is the type of thing that I think is inbounds. It's the type of thing that I think Draymond at the end of it looks soft, and I think it's the type of thing that I was happy to see the NBA's response out of.
Also, I do love that he's I've got 4, soon to be 5 children. It's why does that matter? So if you're childless, the Angel Reese thing isn't.
I didn't get that either.
Also, you laughed at it. If you laughed at it, you've given him a little bit of fuel. You can't think it's funny and then be 2 quarters later, well, now it's not funny, mister.
I don't think he ever thought it was funny.
Draymond is sucked.
I think he's trying to paint it as if he was going along with it, and then it was persistent, and I imagine that it was he was bothered by it from Jump Street.
But I'll tell you right now,
this fan knew it.
When the NBA, when Draymond snaps on somebody and gets into another altercation like this, God forbid, if he puts hands on somebody, it's on the NBA. A warning is not enough. The fan did not approach Draymond. All the fan did was stand up. The fan put his hands out not trying to start anything, just trying to have some fun. Draymond was the problem here in the NBA's response. This is why nobody thinks Adam Silver has stones at all, because this was the easiest one-game suspension. I know it's been 20 years since the Malice at the Palace. If there's one knucklehead in the NBA guaranteed to make that happen all over again, it's Draymond Green.
I just think about how the NBA now hands out these cards to people that are heckling on the sidelines and everything like that, and it's basically this is your NBA warning. People post this on TikTok all the time. Yeah. It's we've lost the plot here. You should be able to boo. You should be able to say some things, not everything, but you should be able to say some things. This is one of those things.
Jeff D. Lowe, Barstool Sports talks Shador's first start in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And you knew it. And I knew it too. But the difference is I did want him to be successful. You wanted this. That's what you got. Do your victory
So
lap.
Ken is now telling
Do
the
your victory
fans
lap.
that I'm rooting for them to lose.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Somebody at the Colorado press conference with Deion Sanders asked Deion about whether he'll reunite with Shador in the pros.
Yeah.
We don't have the audio of it yet, but you can bet we will at some point because that's where we are in the season. Shador starting on Sunday against the Raiders, who looked like absolute cheeks last night. And somehow the Raiders are 3.5-point favorites in this game to start. However, that being said, we've got Shador's first start on the brain to talk about that, to talk about the state of Browns football. I know this man has tweeted quite a bit about Browns football over the last 48 hours. He is Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool Sports, Project Big Things, and the Dozen Trivia. Jeff now joins us on the fan hotline. Jeff, welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? Well, I mean, every time we talk, it's like there's 10 seasons have gone by. It's been like one season of talking about this, but my word, we're finally at Shador time, I guess.
Hey, we got that going for us. Now, I do have to start with this. I've been shorting you a D. Every time that you've joined us, I've just called you Jeff Lowe.
He just wants to give you the D, Jeff.
And like 3 weeks ago, somebody was like, it's Jeff D. Lowe, right? And
That was
I was
me.
like,
I was that somebody.
Yeah, thank you, because he's got to take his victory lap here. I'm just trying to apologize to the man. Jeff, I'm
That's
sorry
okay.
for shortening you the D.
That's at Jeff Lowe, not letting me have his Twitter account in 2009. So ever since then, that's why. That's the only reason why.
We built the brand around the D. Can't say that I hate it. I guess we'll get here. You mentioned Shador starting on Sunday. Are you expecting him to be bad on Sunday?
I'm not expecting him to be bad. I mean, I think I will hand up. I am a Shador guy. I've been yelling for him for the last couple of weeks. Did not look good the other day, but I mean, if you're going to defend him for a couple weeks or however many long you've been a Shador defender, if you're out there, let's get a full game. And I don't think he's going to be bad. I think what you just said, like 30 seconds ago, the Raiders looked horrendous yesterday. So, I mean, you're doing that. You're going into a controlled environment in a dome where you're going to probably have a pretty good amount of Browns fans there, or just people who want to see Shador Sanders play. Like, well, that's kind of a nice boom too. Like, if it's going to be like some Raiders fans, some Browns fans, like people just want to see Shador play. So it's kind of a good situation, I think. But my two worries is he looked bad the other day. Clearly, it's going to be his first week with first team reps, and then the last thing I think I said first and then D, and so I'll say D. The offensive line is the worst offensive line that I've maybe ever seen the Cleveland Browns field, which is a bit concerning because they're terrible. So I don't think he's going to look bad, but I'm a touch worried because I don't think anyone, and I'll give Dylan Gabriel credit, it's tough to evaluate him too behind that offensive line. It's that bad. So I'm gonna say right now, you gun to the head, I would say he plays okay Sunday, which would be enough for me, honestly. At this point, how pathetic the season is, I'd take that.
I'd take okay. But I think that's the point, is that it feels like with the bad offensive line, the lack of receivers, all these type of things, Jeff, it's like, are these quarterbacks even having a chance right now?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, it's kind of unfair to fully evaluate him on that. And I think you also then have to, Gabriel has looked horrible. He can't get the ball downfield. He can't throw the ball. By the way, for as much as people talk about Gabriel not getting the ball downfield, his throws to the sideline are the most insane things I've ever seen. Like any out route, anything to the sidelines, he airmails it out of bounds. But as bad as he's looked, it's like the line is so bad. It's like, well, you know what? I got to give him a little bit of credit. It's probably even more fair to him to say the line is bad because he can't see over them. And so by the time he sees anything, they're in his face sacking him. So, yeah, I'm very excited. And I do think he also, as bad as he was, he at least, escaped better than Gabriel did from some of those really bad pockets. He still had those moments like he did in college where he takes sacks, he waits too long. But even just like getting the ball downfield, he didn't really complete anything. He had a couple completions. I know everyone's climbing those tweets. I think was it the tweet like against all odds, he had like that crazy completion. But like he made a couple throws. I'm like, I don't think I've seen Gabriel even like attempt to make that throw. So you know what? If I'm looking for some positives, I guess I'll take that.
All right, we've talked about the danger of this year is you're already in the quarterback purgatory, quarterbackless abyss, quarterback hell, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that you can't look to 2026 and go, all right, here's a vet that's going to start for the next 3 years after this, or here's Fernando Mendoza or Dante Moore. None of these guys were sure if they're actually any good, at least for the 2026 draft. What is the more nightmare scenario? Another year in the quarterbackless abyss, or the Browns draft a guy they like but don't love in 2026?
That's definitely it. The like don't love is definitely it, because that's the clock reset, which nobody wants. So that would be a disaster. I mean, I will say, and this is like, let's see how quickly you can yell at me again in a few weeks if I jinx this. But they've kind of avoided 2 weeks in a row the nightmare scenario, right? Like, they should not have lost that Jets game. That was one of the all-time great tanks. I'm thinking back to when Jerome Harrison ran for like 500 yards, and they got like the 8th pick, and then they traded out. Like, I'm thinking of all the times they've been bad at tanking. What a great tank against the Jets. Fantastic tank last week as well. That was great, intentional or not. Like, they've kind of avoided those losses that you typically look at, right? If you're a Browns fan in Week 17, you're like, what the hell did they win that game for? Well, you had them last year too, right? So I think we're kind of avoiding like the big nightmare, but of those two scenarios, like, yeah, I mean, a reset on a guy who like a year from now, we're like, this guy stinks. That'd be pretty bad. I could endure another year of not knowing rather than knowing we just screwed up again.
All right, so take me inside your brain, because I want to know then, how does somebody that looks at it like we need to losing is a good thing, also then approach a Shador game where you're a Shador guy, and so you want to see Shador look good as well? That seems like your brain's going to be playing at odds with each other the entire time.
The Raiders are so bad, though, I can overlook that. Like like last week, and I know the Ravens have not been the Ravens, but that's still Lamar Jackson out there. That's still, that's still Harbaugh on the sidelines. Like, that's a game where you say, I think that's a game this coming week where they could lose that. I mean, the funny thing is, when's the last time a rookie debuted against the Raiders? It was in Oakland. It was that Baker game, right? Where I think he threw a pick 6 early. And then he had a couple touchdowns.
That was the Nick Chubb game. Chubb had a big run in that game.
It was the Chubb coming out. Was that after the forced trade? Or was that before the forced trade where they forced the hand they traded Carlos Hyde? But anyway, the point is, like, I would be okay too. Like, if they win, that's fine. But if he just looks good, looks solid, like, though I do think the defense is so good, if he looks good and solid, they're probably just going to win. But I'm okay with that. It's like, it's the games against the teams that they shouldn't beat. That's where it's like, you know what, at this point, early in the year, I didn't want them to tank. I was like, let these rookies are so good. Fan and Schwester are so good. Let them learn how to win. But now, deep in the season, you got the Falcons are terrible. The Rams might just have their pick and take a quarterback of the future. So it's like, you get a little uneasy, but I would take a win over the Raiders. They're so bad.
Jeff, what does Myles Garrett breaking the NFL sack record for a single season on a 3-win team do for you?
I actually made a determination today. I said, you know what, that's what we're rooting for the rest of the year. Like it is tough to root for losses when it comes down to it. Like, no matter what, it's like you're going to want them to win in like that final minute, right? Where it's like they could pull the upset. It's Jameis in the snow last year or whatever. But Myles Garrett breaking the sack record would be a pretty cool, like, having a Cleveland Brown do that, especially like, man, the Raiders, he could get like 4 or 5 this weekend. He might break it early. I would love for him to break it like within 16. Yeah, I'd like him to break it before the 17th game, so you don't have to hear any like the extra game things or anything like that. That'd be a nice little moment, right? It's something. I would like this. That's my new rooting thing the rest of the year, along with Shador.
All right, I want to ask you if the Browns do fire Stefanski, how excited would you be? What do you think? And being around John Gruden?
Not, by the way, I'm out. I'm out on him.
You're out on Stefanski. Okay.
I am out on Stefanski.
I assumed you were. I feel like most Browns fans
are. I
like
like the guy.
Okay.
Right. I like the guy a lot. I think like he's a guy 20, 30 years from now when I talk about the Browns, I'll be like, you know what, that is the guy that did make them relevant for a bit. He, turned them away from being a laughing stock for a while, but everything this year is such a mess. So sorry, I had to just put my stake in the ground there.
No, you're good. It was an assumption. Anymore. It was an assumption by me. It was a safe assumption, but it was an assumption by me. All right, John Gruden, though, your coworker, you've spent time around him. Is he the answer then for the Browns?
No, man, I don't. I will say him and I did have a nice little chat about this. You want to talk about bizarre world things?
Mm-hmm.
Him and I had a nice little chat before we went head to head in a mini golf Ryder Cup back in April about Shador. So I don't know if Gruden would do the Ohio thing. Everyone talks about. I'll tell you what. Guy loves Barstool. He's Barstool through and through. Loves doing the morning show with Dave. Loves doing all his football stuff. He's traveling the country, going to these colleges. I don't know if he'd want to. He seems so happy. Why? I don't. I consider him a friend now. Why would I want my friend John Gruden to be so miserable with the Cleveland? I'd love it, but
you could text him advice. You'd be like, hey, Coach, this is what you have to do. He'd ignore it, but you could still do that.
Exactly. I would assume if Coach, which I have zero insight on this, gets back into football, it'll be a situation where he doesn't have to worry about his health immediately when when week one kicks off. So,
and important to note, though, you were arguing about Shador in April. You said you're a pro Shador guy, so we have it on the record. John Gruden, anti Shador Sanders. That's not good.
No, he said he didn't know. He said he didn't like any of the quarterbacks. I believe he didn't like any the early name. I think Dart was his guy, which
that makes sense.
Great
makes
take
sense.
from John Gruden.
Definitely makes sense.
He loves Scatterbo too.
That tracks.
Because that's another Gruden guy.
Yeah, I remember he specifically did mention that. He has that great video with Dart he did for his QB camp stuff. So I remember he was questioning. Look, you don't know about Shador. Cam Ward doesn't look very good. So it looks like the old ball coach was right.
Jeff, I did see Project Big Screen was going to be talking about Running Man. Between Running Man and hosting SNL and Chad Powers, have we gotten to Ben Affleck circa 2004 levels of overexposed with Glenn Powell yet? Because it's tough for you, boy. I'm just not in on Glenn Powell the way it seems like America is right now.
So I'm a big Glenn Powell guy, but there's a lot of bias. He's from my area here in Austin, Texas. We went to rival high schools. Now he is a movie star alongside Tom Cruise, and I was walking around my neighborhood at 9:00 yelling about Shador Sanders in my phone 48 hours ago. So we're not on the same level. I think he's good in Running Man. I enjoyed it. There is a movie I brought up. I think the first time I ever talked to you guys, and I don't remember who groaned, but somebody groaned about the Timothy Chalamet ping pong movie.
That'd be me.
That's him. I like Chalamet.
Okay.
I also like Glenn Powell.
You groaned.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it Thursday. Big time Best Picture buzz. Big time. People are saying it is unbelievable. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank is in it apparently with a great supporting role. What a wild movie. We had a guy who the Safdies, they like to cast random New Yorkers. We had this guy who tried out for Barstool. His name's Lukey Lunchbox. He's just in the movie because they saw him in a Knicks video on Instagram. So it's a crazy New York. If you like Uncut Gems, I'm hearing you're going to love this. So I'm fired up. Yeah, I'm telling you, got to give the ping pong movie a chance.
I think I'm out on the Safdies too after Happy Gilmore too. Benny was so bad as the villain in that.
We don't have to bring that up, though, right? That's we know.
So we're separating the acting appearances from their directing duties?
You somehow found a way to mention something worse than the Browns during a Browns segment. So that is impressive.
I just like your pivot off of Glenn Powell is Chalamet, which is the only other person I know Nick just cannot stand.
Hey, I'm playing ping pong, and I'm still doing the Dylan. Hey.
Chalamet's awesome.
Yeah.
I like Chad Powers, too. I don't know why that seems so lame, but I like Chad Powers.
No, very, very underrated show. Kind of like a feel-good, funny, sports comedy. It's kind of weird. It's they've now done a couple, though. I didn't love the golf one, but Ted Lasso worked. I think this worked. So I'm a Powell guy. I enjoy Running Man. Not everyone did, but I enjoyed it.
It's just rough because I just want another friend I can talk movies with, but every time we talk, we seem to be on the opposite side of things. And I already have enough friends that don't agree with me on my movie takes. I'm going to say right now, two things. Shador, good game, not okay, and you're going to like Marty Supreme. All right.
I'm going to lay that down right now.
All right. Well, we'll give that. Jeff, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Jeff D. Lowe there of Barstool on the Fan. Hotline there. Great stuff with him. We'll react to what he had to say in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We're thinking about Bernie as he's going through his medical situation here. He knows that we're with him and he's with us. So just sending all the good vibes, good thoughts I can to Bernie right now.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
I actually made a determination today. I said, you know what, that's what we're rooting for the rest of the year. You know, like it is tough to root for losses when it comes down to it. Like, no matter what, it's like you're going to want them to win in like that final minute, right? Where it's like they could pull the upset. You know, it's Jameis in the snow last year or whatever. But Myles Garrett breaking the sack record would be a pretty cool, like, having a Cleveland Brown do that. Especially, like, man, the Raiders, he could get like 4 or 5 this weekend. He might break it early. I would love for him to break it like within 16. Yeah, I'd like him to break it before the 17th game, so you don't have to hear any like the extra game things or anything like that. That'd be a nice little moment, right? It's something. I would like this. That's my new rooting thing the rest of the year, along with Shador.
That is the voice of Jeff D. Lowe talking about Myles Garrett potentially breaking the NFL sack record on a 3-win team and what that might do for you. It's interesting. Like, I continue to kind of vacillate between two positions with Myles. One, I see the immense value if this is a bigger rebuild and trading Myles, especially if he wants to go, while also being like, you know, I don't know how much a second Defensive Player of the Year award does for me. 23 sacks or more in a season, I think, would be a nice little feather in the cap here.
I think so. I think that especially because T.J. Watt shares the single season sack record. I think that's why. Like, I saw a couple Steelers fans over the past couple of days being like, "All right, hands up." But we can't defend the T.J. Watt versus Myles Garrett discussion anymore. Myles is the better player, and in fact, it was one of Jeff's coworkers that I saw, Jersey Jerry, big Pittsburgh Steelers guy. He's like, I just gotta be honest about it. Like, Myles is the better player, and I think if you took the single season sack record away from him, I think that would just be even sweeter.
It's funny. I also kind of want the single season sack record to go away from Strahan
because of the controversy surrounding it and basically Brett Favre falling down.
No, although the funny thing is, after seeing Mark Gastineau cry about and confront Brett Favre, and here's the thing: Brett Favre, awful human being, deserves to be confronted on many things. The funniest thing in the world is that's the thing. Sexually harassing reporters, never confronted on. Welfare fraud for the state of Mississippi, no confrontation on. But you took a record of mine, you big meanie, is the thing that he got publicly accosted for. Hilarious. Now, that being said, no, I'm just very annoyed with Strahan and just the general. He's got every NFL job out there.
Yeah.
And like, I was listening to him this weekend and
not just NFL
Fox.
jobs either. He's got all the other jobs too.
Yeah, he's got all the jobs, and I'm like, I think if you were a Miami Dolphin, you wouldn't have these jobs.
And that's probably true.
Yeah. I just think I'm a little over Glenn Powell at the moment. I'm a little over Michael Strahan at the moment.
I don't know. It was like Regis and Kelly, and then all of a sudden it was like Michael Strahan and Kelly, and they just kind of hung out. And the gap between the teeth.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know if you were going to make an analogy of the gap between the teeth and the gap between the public perception of him and what he actually did on the football field, but that's what I was hoping you were going for.
No, I don't know.
He's really good.
Yeah,
really good.
I have nothing bad to say about him I don't even mind him on television though. He's like 37th on my list of people I want to yell about that are on TV talking about the NFL. It starts with the Terry Bradshaws.
What about Tom Brady?
And then we work our way downward.
Can we get a Tom Brady? Man, there's a lot of Fox on America crime here.
Well, whoever's hiring these people at Fox, they need to just do a little bit better job.
Unfairness,
except for Fox Sports 1. They're great on that. But when it comes to like big Fox, I feel like they always got these issues.
But they hired Terry 30 years ago.
Well, they keep giving him jobs, though. Somebody keeps giving him these extensions.
At some point, he's like furniture. He's just part
Between
of the
him,
set.
Jimmy Johnson just continues to exist out there. I'm very confused as to what's happening there. I think he's very confused as to what's happening there on a consistent basis.
I don't think that's a Coach Lee Corso situation. The family's got to yank him off the air.
Somebody in his family,
in the words of J.P.
has to come in there and just be like, all right, you've had a good run. Let's be done with this now. I don't know. It's interesting because When TJ Watt tied the record, I don't remember there being this big amount of fanfare. I think in our heads we think of it kind of like, when McGuire and Sosa broke the home run record, and then when Barry Bonds broke the home run record, and it's just not really perceived that way.
You know why? He was a Steeler. There's no way we were going to support that. I bet you other people in other towns. I bet you other people in other towns were way more invested in that.
I just don't remember it that way. Maybe it's true, and maybe we did just kind of like be like, oh, I don't even want to acknowledge what's going on here. Like maybe that is true. I don't remember us having some sort of big fanfare over it, or even being like, oh, I got to line up on my television to see how TJ Watt's going to close this out. Is he going to get there? Is he going to match Strahan? I just don't remember it that way.
I flat out was like, I'm not interested in this conversation, and my co-host was right at the time. My buddy Stan, he was 100% right. He was like, yeah, it's because he's a Steeler. Like, it's not about the record, Nick. It's you hate that guy and you don't want to admire. And he was 100% right. I argued with him at the time, but he was 100% right.
It feels like an easy take from Stan. He just wanted to be like, you hate him because he's a Steeler.
But he was right. That's the problem.
I mean, can you obviously, like Jared Allen at one point had tied the sack record in 2011. Mm-hmm. I have no remembrance of Jared Allen ever really doing that.
Is this, I was going to say, is this different because Miles is... Like, I heard Mary Kay call him the greatest defensive end or something like that earlier, and I was like, I don't think we're there yet, but this is the kind of thing that would then be it.
I mean, you mentioned Gastineau. Do you know the other two players that had tied him? It's Jared Allen. Can you name me the other player that has 22 sacks in a single season?
Ooh, isn't it JJ?
No.
Who?
Justin Houston.
Okay.
Like these aren't real, like, where were you when moments, you know what I mean? But I feel like with Miles, this would be the type of thing, but it's not only if he just beats it, like if he crushes it. Yeah. Like right now he's on pace for 25 sacks this season. If he gives you some insane number, I think that's how he gets our attention, not only our attention, but the national media's attention in this conversation.
Yeah, and I think with Michael was a very good player. Michael was never looked at as like singularly, this is the defensive end of the time, right? Jared Allen was a prolific sack artist. He might have led the league in sacks, but he wasn't the guy.
Right.
Like Reggie White for a decade was like the guy. Bruce Smith.
Yeah.
They were back and forth. I think Miles having this plus another Defensive Player of the Year award, like that's when you can start saying, all right, maybe this is just the best defensive end since Reggie White or Bruce Smith.
I mean, is that where the home run record always had us? Was the idea that the guys at the very top, Sosa, McGuire, they represented that time frame in a very nice way. Barry Bonds represented that time frame in a very nice way. Even Aaron Judge in recent years represents the time frame of who you think of as the biggest boppers in baseball. Whereas if you look at the sack leaders and the single season sack leaders, like TJ Watt, even when he was doing that, he was in the conversation, but I always thought Myles Garrett was better.
So maybe it's closer to... So I'll flip it. We'll continue the baseball analogy here. I think it's just you're dominant on the wrong side of the ball. So, like, I don't think anyone cares if the modern record for wins in a season is met by a starting pitcher. But at the same point, home runs matter. So if Pat Mahomes throws for 60 touchdowns in a season, it matters. Whereas if Myles Garrett got 30 sacks in a season, everyone would be like, oh, that's really cool. But inevitably... You're not going to be like, I remember where I was when he got sacked number 30.
I think that's the right read on it. It's like if somebody's going to break Gibson's ERA record, you're like, okay, like is that going to be the moment we're all going to sit around the TV and watch to make sure he gets that final out?
But yet, if we had a conversation about Bob Gibson, it'd be the number one thing we mentioned.
Yeah,
like the same thing with Miles. Like I do think, and it's coming at a point where I think. It's funny. I agree with Jeff. The sooner it happens, the better, because I think you can, like TJ Watt's 22nd and a half sack came in the 15th game. So that's good, because you can't be like, well, he played in a 17-game season. So I agree with that. I don't want it cheapened because of the 17th game. At the same point, I kind of want to milk every ounce of drama you can have in this season. Like there's a part of me where I'm like, maybe it should wait till this last game of the season, so then we'll all have a reason to watch that in the first pick, maybe.
I think it'll be even more exciting, though, if he gets it done in like 15 or 16 games, and then we're just in the add-on phase of this all.
Can you imagine if he has another 4-sack game this weekend? The Raiders are not great.
They're not great.
And that offensive line is really not great.
Really not great.
And this should be Geno Smith, not a mobile quarterback by any standards. This would be a game where if Miles was going to eat and get up to 19 or 20 sacks, this one would make the most amount of sense here, even though you do have the Titans afterwards, or 2 weeks after, and that's going to be another good one.
Yeah, it's just kind of a subplot. It's a nice subplot, but I do like your point of like when it happens to what is perceived to be the game's best at this time, it does always give it a little bit more added juice. Now, it's not as if he can't do both, by the way. You get 25.5 sacks. I don't care how many wins and losses you have in the season. You should be the defensive player of the year.
I would agree. And by the way, I think it was Kalshi, the analytics company, said he's surged to he's a 60. He's got a 65%
What's up with that company?
chance.
I'm so confused.
I don't know.
Past couple of days now, I've seen 75 different numbers associated with them, and I don't know what's happening.
I've seen good things, bad things too. People hate it. People love it. They gave Miles a 65% chance to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. I will say this. The other thing I'm rooting for with Miles is not just that he wins the sack record, but that he Barry Bonds it.
Okay, yeah, just destroys it.
Like 25.
Right, that's
that's
the point.
Nice. If we could get to 27 or 28, just so that every time, it almost becomes this mythical thing that if anybody comes close in the future, you go, well, there's no way. Because I think that's a problem. 22.5 sacks is a lot of sacks. I'm not telling you it isn't.
Right.
But it doesn't sound insurmountable for anyone to get, which I think negates the impressiveness of it. 60 home runs or 61 home runs for so long in baseball was such you get to 50 and you peter out. If you get to 50, Hank Greenberg had 58, right? I don't know why I went Hank Greenberg there, but you heard it here first.
Yeah.
But you had guys come so close and fall so short of it, just so, that's what I want Miles to make. The sack record.
Geno's got 31 sacks on the season. He's 4th in the NFL. He's been sacked an awful ton. Top of that list is another guy the Browns will play, Cam Ward. Cam Ward's been sacked 41 times. So in 2 of the next 3 games, you're taking on 2 of the top 4 that have been sacked in the NFL this season. 2 of the next 3 games, you got a real opportunity to load up on sack numbers.
So he's not, he's 10 sacks away. He's not going to break it before December because you got 2 more games before December. What is the earliest he could break it? Because I think if you break it in week 14, 1, you're going to go well over, but 2, you just get to go, holy crap, that's a lot.
So the other part of this, though, and it's good, Las Vegas is in a dome, so we don't have to worry about this type of thing, but one of the rubs within Miles has always been, as the season moves on, and this is historically with most pass rushers, though, it's not Miles exclusive, but it existed for Miles the same way it exists for Micah Parsons, is the idea that as the colder weather exists and happens, the sack numbers go down. It's harder to get off quicker, and it just makes the sack numbers really just kind of disappear for a lot of these guys. And Miles has never been shy to that. He's always been a front runner when it comes to a lot of his numbers.
I've heard that happens in cold weather. I've heard that
a lot of things shrink. A lot of things shrink in cold weather.
No, your sack numbers shrink in cold weather.
That's what I hear.
It's a lot of football players talk about
cold
shrinkage.
Out there, just shrinkage becomes a real issue.
And it's why a lot of guys like to play in a dome. You just don't have to worry about it the same way there. 216-474-0092. What does Myles Garrett breaking the NFL sack record on a 3-win team do for you? And something feels amiss with your Cleveland Cavaliers. But what is it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from our friend.
so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in 20 minutes. Albert Breer joining us at 5:20. We'll talk about Kevin Stefanski, Shador Sanders, the state of the Cleveland Browns, and so much more. Albert also had significant takedown on NFL officiating that we got to get to. We'll get to the Buckeyes and Ryan Day. Albert, big Ohio State guy. We are 2 weeks away from that matchup. However, Cavs did win last night, and Kenny Atkinson is following the trend. When they lose, there's a process. Wins and losses don't matter. When they win, no matter how they looked, unless it's like incendiary, it's just not looking right.
Yeah, there were some interesting parts of that game. I've watched Evan Mobley launching a 75-footer with 6 seconds left, maybe 75 times. Mm-hmm. That's one of the funniest clips I think I've ever seen.
Yeah?
Yeah, did you love that or no?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not impatient with Evan. I was a little impatient with Evan last night. Could have used a little bit more out of Big Dog.
I mean, it's like there's 6 seconds left, and he's on the way other side of the court and just launches it as if the time is expiring.
Well, because I think
Jack,
he's thinking.
You're a big Cavs fan. You're laughing your ass off because you know it.
It was very funny.
What happened there? It's just a brain fart moment by Evan Mobley. I have no idea what happened there.
And the other big thing is, does it count as the end of the
because they weren't going to count
does
those
it count
stats.
as a heave?
They weren't going to count those stats because they wanted to almost encourage people to make those type of plays.
And then guys are going to start doing it with 10 seconds to go.
When you do it, and then the opposing team, the Bucks, are able to take the ball up the court and have a legitimate 3-point shot after you do that, I think that might discredit all of it.
So here's Kenny Atkinson talking about he's glad they won, but
I'm glad we pulled it out. That game's not going to go in the Hall of Fame for the Cavs. It's not smooth sailing right now. I say that with all humility, right? We won the game, great, but we just still a little bit clunky on both sides of the ball. The good news is we're 10-5. We're not 5-10.
So again, when they have played poorly and lose, Kenny has resorted to the hey, it's all good. We're still in the developmental part of this. The only difference in his messaging is when they win those games, he goes, we're just really not. It's the funniest thing. By the way, again, he's doing his messaging's right. It's just funny that now 15 games into the season, we've picked out, all right, if you lose and play a bad game, here's what he's going to say. If you win and play a bad game, here's what he's going to say.
It was hard, though, because you start off the game, you're down 11-2, you get down early, and then really until the Giannis injury, you were just kind of hanging close with them. It wasn't, and then the Giannis injury happened, and it just kind of felt like after the Giannis injury, both teams just kind of looked at it as a different game, and then the Cavs just kind of pulled away, and that was it.
I would like to point out, by the way, Donovan was really good last night, and I think we've stopped hearing the should Donovan stop taking over game conversation. That's nice.
That is nice.
It only took 15 games in the season for people to stop on that incredibly asinine idea that Donovan being great is a bad thing.
Yeah, he needs to consistently be great, and he has been, and he will be. The offense does look different without Darius, though. I think that's an okay thing to say, and I think that's if anything, Darius just continues to show the value that he has in this Cavs roster.
Yeah, Lonzo played really well last night. Craig Porter Jr. played well. Both guys, by the way, played pretty well on any given night. But it's just they're not lead point guards. That's just not who they are at this point. But Fedor was on with Baskin and Phelps today and talked about the Cavs feeling off right now.
You are going to look at them through a harsher lens, I think, because what you want to see from the Cavs
And if you're watching this team, you want to believe that they belong in the conversation with Oklahoma City and Denver and Minnesota and Houston and any of these other teams that you consider championship level teams, championship contenders. And it's hard to say in the first 15 games. And I know it's only 15 games, and I know that there are circumstances that the Cavs are dealing with, but it's hard to say in the first 15 games that the Cavs do belong in that conversation. Just based on what we've seen from them, something feels off with this basketball team that is keeping them from, playing to a level that Kenny Atkinson would consistently consider good enough based on the talent that they have on this roster.
I think that's fair. I will do the thing that I hate to do, and I hate when people do it. I'm not judging this team until I see Darius Garland back on the team healthy for a 10-game stretch. Yeah, when I get that, that's when I'll start to panic if they still don't look, or if something still looks amiss.
Yeah, really, that's all this has shown me is just this stretch. It just kind of preaches the importance of Darius, and that's okay. That's a good thing that you learn things about people that are and always have been a big part of this team. I feel like at some points it feels like a lot of Cavs fans. Not a lot of Cavs fans, but I feel like some Cavs fans have taken Darius for granted in many respects, and I feel like these are the type of reminders that, okay, no, he really does matter to this team.
Yeah, and I think it's the catch-22 of if you get to a point in the future where you decide we've got to move on from a Darius or a Donovan, we have to choose between the undersized guards, how tough of a conversation that really is, because as incendiary as Donovan is, Darius is a true point guard, and look at the Bigs production without Darius. It's not even like I mentioned being frustrated with Evan last night. Evan and Jarrett's numbers per possession are through the roof when Darius has been on the court, and you take Darius off the court with them, and shockingly, they're not through the roof.
Yeah, I felt like a lot of the conversation last night was almost like getting after Atkinson and being like, "Oh, how do you expect us to flip on the switch? How dare you even think that you can take that approach?" And it's like, I don't think that's the approach he's taking. I think they're trying things out, yes, but I also think without Darius, they just know that it's just a different team, and they just kind of have to go through this little stretch, and it is what it is.
Yeah, and I also think they're just in a spot, and I think this is logical that you're here. They've had a lot of success together, but they haven't necessarily broken through. And I think when you get to a point where, I don't want to say it feels stale, because I think you're without Darius. But I can understand if, all right, we've had a lot of success, we haven't had the ultimate success, and once, again, if things feel a little stale together, and then all of a sudden you hit a rough patch of basketball, you're not playing your best, or you're without one of your 5 best players, certainly one of your 3 best players, I can understand if they're just kind of over it right now. We're not in the late December, early January, the doldrums of the sport, but I understand if it's, okay, I've been coming to this same facility for 5 years, I've been doing the same thing. Even Jarrett, I understand if they're internally, they're getting frustrated with Jarrett because he's the same guy he was 4 years ago. I get it. I think you just should be patient. You've been patient this entire time. I don't know why you wouldn't be patient now when you're missing your point guard, but I don't think it's a coincidence. I think this is the kind of stuff good teams go through.
I do think Chris is right, because I'm right about this, and I know he talked about it with Baskin and Phelps as well, because you bring up Jarrett. It's not that they're frustrated with Jarrett, it's just how they're using him it's very interesting. They're not using him in the fourth quarter at all, and it's almost as if they're setting it up where if you had a life without Jarrett, what would that look like? Think about, when Atkinson was in Brooklyn, part of the reason and what happened there with him and Jarrett was the idea, and again, this is in Brooklyn, is that he didn't want to play 2 bigs. He didn't want to play 2 centers, essentially, is what it is. And so you're watching these games and these moments, and Atkinson that's not the basketball that he likes to put out there.
Yeah, the problem with that is then you should have traded him last offseason.
Well, I know that, but it feels like, and I think this is what Chris was hinting towards, and this is kind of where it feels like the conversation is going, is that is Jarrett Allen going to end up being the odd man out, and I picked this up because it felt like they were talking trade earlier today, and then when Chris got on, it was more like a trade is really, really hard to facilitate, and so you might just have to live in a world where Jarrett Allen is on the team because you're in the second apron. It is too hard to move a lot of these contracts, but it's especially hard if you're the Cavs right now, and so he might exist not as the Jarrett Allen we've seen in recent years, more the Jarrett Allen of what you've seen this year, where in the fourth quarter he's just not even on the court.
Yeah, the only thing about that is you've got to, no matter how Kenny likes to play, you got to make the most out of Jarrett. He is still one of your 4 best players. No matter what the circumstance is, you have to make the best of it. And the funny thing is, I absolutely hate trading him at the deadline because it's almost going to be I don't want to say a salary dump, but a salary filler. And if you're going to trade Jared, I think the only time you're really going to maximize his value is the offseason. Well, that has come and gone. All right, make the best of it. I really think the Jared
they might end up being stuck doing that, by the way.
Yeah, I don't love it. Because again, I also think it's really hard to replace Jared in season with 30 games to go and trying to still find yourself. 216-474-0092. Chris Fudor says the Cavs feel off right now. Is that worrisome, or do you think this is just about Darius Garland? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
this moment. But the biggest fear for a lot of folks, Browns fans in this city who are like, maybe he'll give us some, the biggest fear came to fruition yesterday.
It looked like DTR getting thrown in against the Baltimore Ravens. This is not a league where we sit there and hold your hand.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
His penalties decline.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in 20 minutes' time. We'll pick his brain on the Browns quarterback situation. We'll also get his take on Kevin Stefanski and Shador. We'll get his take on Ryan Day, maybe going back to the NFL. But it's time to get to the lead here. Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool joined us last hour. We asked him if he's expecting Shador Sanders to look bad in his first career start on Sunday.
Hand up, I am a Shador guy. I've been yelling for him for the last couple weeks. Did not look good the other day, but I mean, if you're going to defend him for a couple weeks or however many long you've been a Shador defender, if you're out there, let's get a full game. I don't think he's gonna be bad. The Raiders looked horrendous yesterday. So, I mean, you're doing that. You're going into a controlled environment in a dome where you're going to probably have a pretty good amount of Browns fans there, or just people who want to see Shador Sanders play. Like, well, that's kind of a nice boom too. Like, if it's gonna be like some Raiders fans, some Browns fans, like people just want to see Shador play. So, it's kind of a good situation, I think. But my two worries is he looked bad the other day. Clearly, it's going to be his first week with first-team reps. And then the offensive line is the worst offensive line that I've maybe ever seen the Cleveland Browns field, which is a bit concerning because they're terrible. Gun to the head, I would say he plays okay Sunday, which would be enough for me, honestly. At this point, how pathetic the season is, I'd take that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Guess we got Ken big mad, didn't we, here?
Is he still tweeting about it?
I just got tagged in a tweet now where he's like, the guy that bought a Shador jersey before the drafts, he's one half of football, doesn't care anymore. I know he stands for something. First off, Ken, tag me in it yourself if you're going to do something like that. So just a lame move. It is. But also, where in our commentary on Shador today is that even the discussion? It doesn't care anymore?
Yeah, I've never gotten the sense you don't care.
Where did you get that from?
I actually get the sense that
I might care too much.
I was going to say I don't want to say you're overly confident, but this is the moment you've been waiting for.
This is it. And I think the people that are saying that they're fearful for Sunday need to have the approach that Jeff is having, Jeff Lowe that is, and the approach that I'm having is that we're not fearful because we've believed in Shador the entire time, so there's nothing to be fearful of. We're just going to watch and see what happens on Sunday. That's not... how is that not caring anymore?
I just think when it comes to the general,
what is that?
I think this is just not the team to live in your fears with. They're 2-8, and whether it's Dylan, who has been straight cheeks since he's come out, or Shador, who was really bad in one half of football, once the Ravens game was over, I hate losing to the Ravens. I do. Nothing upsets me more. I was done being upset with it 5 minutes after because of where we are in the season, and this was always a bit of a experiment this year. It was between Pickett, Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador, so the idea that the experiment comes up null and void, okay. I've always lived with the idea that that's a possibility, that this just isn't going to work out the way anybody hopes it is. I think there's this idea that we should have with every quarterback room, we should approach it with the same intensity, the same ferocity, and the same disappointment if it doesn't work out. I'm hopeful. I'm excited to watch the game because Shador throws the ball down the field.
Right.
And I can't fix the offensive line in season. I can't fix the wide receivers. I can't fix the running game. I can't fix all of those things independent of themselves. But I can lighten the load on all of those units simply by delivering the ball down the field and making big plays down the field. It's why the offense doesn't work with Dylan. I'm excited to see if that works. I am not in any way wildly encouraged that it's going to happen, but there's at least a possibility because of what Shador's skill set is.
Former Browns quarterback Brian Hoyer joined the morning show today. He weighed in on Shador Sanders' lack of reps when he was backing up Dylan Gabriel.
I'm kind of shocked people don't understand how NFL practices are run and reps are given out, because there is no ones and twos once you get to the regular season, right? There is in training camp. But when you get to the regular season, all the reps go to the starters. And then what happens is, depending on the position, particularly linemen, because they don't want to give them every single rep, the swing guard or the swing tackle may sub in for 2 or 3 plays in a 12-play period. But this isn't college where you have 100 and some guys on a team. Like, you can only practice so much, and to give extra reps to a backup quarterback is kind of, when you think about it, like you're kind of not putting your eggs in the basket of what you think is going to win. And I've lived that in many different scenarios. And so the one thing I would say is people just need to calm down, okay?
It is funny when Brian says, I'm a little surprised people don't know how being a backup works in the NFL, because we don't think about it. And most of us don't have the experience. Now, here's where I think Brian is wrong. I don't think people have looked at this and gone, well, I like out of nowhere, well, Shador should have been getting first-team reps out of hand. It's because Dylan got first-team reps when Joe Flacco was the starter. I think people are pointing out, well, Shador didn't get that and looked bad. Dylan got those and looked bad. Maybe Shador would have looked 25% better if he had gotten first-team reps over the last 6 weeks.
I mean, it couldn't have hurt. But the idea there is that one of the quarterbacks got treated differently than the other. And I think that's all the Shador people are trying to point out. But that conversation goes away this week. He's going to have his opportunities with the first team. He's going to have his chances to go ahead and build up some rapport. And then we really got to shelve that part of the discussion. We just got to push it to the back burner.
Yeah, and again, like, it's just... I think there are a lot of backup quarterbacks maybe not understanding the specifics of what's actually happened here. And then I think there are a lot of people just attack. Like, I love Cam Newton as a player. Cam Newton coming out and say, oh, I just think Kevin Stefanski has it out for Shador. It's like, all right. Well, I don't think that's true either. Dane Brugler of Brugler's Bagels and The Athletic was on with Baskin and Phelps today. And he said the Browns might have to force a quarterback in the 2026 draft.
Assuming they're back, do they feel like this is, we passed on a quarterback last year because we thought it was a 1 quarterback draft, and the quarterback went 1, so, okay, we have to pivot and go in a different direction after that. Getting that extra 1 this year puts them in a power position to go get that quarterback this year. And, they just, if you're Kevin Stefanski, if you're Andrew Berry, you can't really force a move at quarterback, but at the same time, you feel like you might not get another offseason in 2027 to do that. So I think if there's a quarterback in this draft that they like quite a bit, even if they don't have to love them, but they like quite a bit and say, hey, we can see a path where this guy's going to be a long-term NFL starter for us, someone that helps us win the division, then, you have to go make that move.
I don't love the idea of them just taking a quarterback because they have to, but I also understand this is how life works. There will become a time, if they keep their jobs, that we wonder, are they actually in love with who this quarterback is, or do they love this quarterback and tell us that because they have to at this point, because this is the move they have to make now in order to try to save their behinds, and I don't love that that's the predicament that we're in.
Yeah, this feels like a very dicey situation, because I think it's entirely possible that certain coaches look at Mendoza or Dante Moore or Ty Simpson and go, that's the guy, like Jackson Dart with the Giants. Like, that's the guy. And whether we get him at 1 or 26, that's the guy. I can work with that guy. A la Bo Nix as the 12th pick with the Broncos several years back. At the same point, I can also look at this and go, I can also see a coach going, well, it doesn't matter if I like him. I need a quarterback, and that's what I'm going to do. So, and you're not going to know until you see it on the field and see how those two mesh. Right? Like Christian Ponder was a guy, we got to take a quarterback. We took him with the 12th pick, and a guy that they didn't really believe in. That I think they knew was a reach. Whereas with Bo Nix, Sean Payton was just like, no, I'm a quarterback guy. That's a quarterback that I can work with.
Sean Payton had time, though, is the difference, right? Sean Payton got the job. He had time. He had 1 year with Russ, and then he got that offseason, and he was like, I can evaluate all this the way that I need to. He didn't have to, whereas I feel like the Browns are out of time if they keep Stefanski and Berry, and that's huge.
I also think it's even going to be random. There's like a random element to this on who actually comes out. Like Ty Simpson, we've had people on the station say, I think he fits what Stefanski wants to do. Okay, well, what if Ty stays in and Dante Moore comes out? Gonna go ahead and say Dante Moore doesn't do things that Kevin Stefanski wants to, or that doesn't fit the Stefanski system. Oh, we're just gonna pass on him because it doesn't fit the system?
No, I think if anything, they're just going to be like, well, we'll cross that bridge all throughout the draft season. We got a lot of time to talk about.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got a lot of time to talk about that. Myles Garrett, 7.5 sacks away from breaking the NFL's single-season sack record. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com, asked if the Browns are wasting his production this year on Baskin and Phelps.
It is a wasted season for Myles Garrett. This is the best season I've ever seen him have. This is the best I've ever seen him play, and it's going for naught, and that's a shame because what an unbelievable season we are witnessing and a career we are witnessing here. We are covering and dealing with arguably the greatest edge rusher of all time. We can now say that because the numbers bear it out, and he's not showing any signs whatsoever of slowing down. He's playing his best ball here in his 9th year, and it really is a sight to behold.
Yeah, I think it's funny because I would have absolutely, at no point would I have not explored Myles' trade value, whether it was last February or at this deadline. So on one hand, I'm not opposed to trading Myles. On the other hand, I'm excited to watch and see if he can break this sack record because I know some people are going to go, well, his trade value will go up. I don't care about that. I just think it'd be really cool if he broke that with the Cleveland Browns.
I think so, too. I think it could go down as one of the best single seasons of defensive football we've ever seen. And so there's a part of me that wondered earlier today. I was just thinking, is he... this is the moment that Myles Garrett has been waiting for, where it feels like as a collective, the entire fan base, the entire NFL world is just acknowledging all in the same moment that there's not anybody close to what Myles Garrett does in a football field. He's been waiting for this. He's had to jockey between him and TJ Watt and Micah Parsons and all these other guys for years, and he's just separated himself. He is one of one, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, and what's funny about this is if Myles stays healthy over the next 5 years and just keeps up at this level, Myles is going to not just go past TJ Watt and Crosby and all these. He's going to slingshot past them. Mm-hmm. That's the cool thing. And it's kind of like the Hosey thing that we had earlier this week or late last week, where it was like, is Hosey a top third baseman of all time? Top 5 third baseman? Not right now. But if he plays his average season over the next 5 years, by the end of that, he will be. Same thing with Myles. Right now, Myles is not a top 5 edge rusher of all time. 5 more years on his average season, and he'll be about 170 sacks, and that's the stratosphere you get in, where it's like, holy crap, you're not just a first ballot Hall of Famer, you're why are we even talking about this? Move on to the next name,
and longevity with dominance, right? This is now the 6th straight season that he's had 14-plus sacks in a year. That ties an NFL record. The longevity of it all matters just as much as anything.
And TJ has already...
He's flaming out.
Yeah, and again, he's still a good football player.
He's not what he was.
He's a bit of a crybaby, but he's just not what he was 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like, okay, he's healthier, but it's kind of like JJ at the end of his career, where JJ was still a good player when he played in, I think it was Arizona the last year or two. He just wasn't, JJ freaking Watt. When we come back, Albert Breer of the MMQB joins us. We will get into Stefanski, Shador, and of course, Albert's Ohio State Buckeyes in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Report is fueled by True North Convenience Stores and True Rewards mobile app.
Download the True Rewards app from True North Stores. Join today and save 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up and save 5 cents every day. Get member-only offers and stackable fuel savings in the palm of your hand. Find it in your app store. True North Stores and True Rewards. Fast, friendly, clean.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got Lance Reisland, Coach Riz joining us in about 40 minutes, but the Browns are bad, right? Ohio State's very good. I'm just saying generic things about teams around town and to talk all things Cleveland sports, maybe a little Buckeyes as well. We head out to the fan hotline and welcome on Albert Breer of the MMQB as we do every single Tuesday at 5:20. Albert, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, what's up, guys? I've been looking forward for 48 hours to appear on this station. I've enjoyed so much of the content that I've seen pumped out on the Twitter account over the last couple of days, so can't wait to go.
I will say, you could retweet one of our videos next time. No offense to the morning boys, you could retweet one of our videos.
I like Lima, also. So but yeah, it was. It's amazing, what happened. I think if I could have drawn up the most ridiculous reaction to when Shador actually got in the game, somehow we topped that on Sunday, with what was happening on social media while it was happening. So yeah, here we are. And we'll see how it goes.
You tweeted something to this, so you've had about 24 hours to think about it. 5 years from now, how do we all look back on the Shador saga just in his rookie year from April on?
Probably it was Tebow mania on steroids. I don't know. I honestly, I just don't have anything to compare this to, at least Tebow is a first round pick. This is, a fifth round pick who I think, was overvalued by a lot of people in the media. At one point I was part of that group, although by the time we got closer to the draft, I think if you guys were listening to me, I was sort of explaining what could happen. And it's, I think that I think right now what we're seeing is what teams were fearful of, that we're looking at him in the third and fourth round, right? If we draft him, could this turn into a circus? And, it's not all his fault that it has, but that's exactly what's happened. You know what I mean? I think it becomes sort of a challenging thing for everybody. And how do you tamp down some of the hysteria over it? He didn't play very well on Sunday, which, I think you saw a lot of the things that, we've been trying to explain to you for the last, I'm not talking about you guys, but you, the listener, we've been trying to explain to you for the last 5 months, that. This is a guy who had a ways to go when he came in the league, and that's not an insult. It's just what it was, and I think you saw a lot of that. The footwork was a mess, kept bailing out of the pocket like he did at Colorado. Didn't seem to see it fast enough. There's just all that stuff that, the criticism of him, leading up to the draft, a lot of it was valid. And I think we saw that on Sunday. And as for how we're going to look back at this 5 years from now, you'd hope by then maybe the Browns have a long-term answer at quarterback, and if they do, they're probably going to look back at this and laugh. Which is unfortunate because I don't know that Shador necessarily deserves that, but people who are building this up to be the sort of thing it's been built up to be, I think are at fault for all that.
Well, but doesn't it feel a little too early? It was just one half of football, Albert.
No, I'm not saying it's over for him. I'm not. And I don't want, but what are the chances that he's the quarterback for the Browns next year, based on what you saw?
Well, yeah, if it was based off what we saw, obviously not very high. But I'd make
based on where wait, and based on where he was drafted, what are the chances of that? If you look back at the history of it,
no, 7. Yeah, no, not yet.
Again, so not very high. What are we going on then? That's my whole thing. You know what I mean? Hope. What are we going on? It doesn't seem like whenever I ask somebody that question, I don't want to be I'm not cross-examining you guys. Don't take it that way, but I'm sort of still searching for people what people are going on at this point. Draft position, the NFL told you what they thought, right? He winds up, being at the bottom of the depth chart. And then, you see some of these things happen over the course of time, and, he gets in because the Browns were down to the third guy, and the third guy got hurt. And then he gets in the game and doesn't look good. I'm struggling to see exactly what people are wrapping their arms around right now.
I guess before I'd make any declarations or anything like that.
I mean, is that it? His last name?
No, but it was one half of football, though, Albert. I think that's the part I'm going to hang on to.
I know. And again, don't take this as a cross-examination, but if this guy didn't have the last name he has, how would you be looking at that?
You mean just the half of football? I mean, well, we can look at even with the last name. It was an awful half of football.
Let me answer that for you, okay? Again, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but if that was Shador Smith that came in as a fifth-round rookie and played that way, you'd be like, oh, my God, I hope he never gets in the game again.
I don't know. Based off of watching Dillon Gabriel for now, 6 weeks of Dillon Gabriel where he didn't push the ball down the field, I think I'd be encouraged by the 25-yard throw to Fannin and the idea that not only did he move with Isaiah Bond and tried directing him as the play was going on, but the Larvidan throw was right on the money as well. I guess I kind of got excited by the idea.
The Larvidan throw was on the money? The guy was covered.
Well, it hit him in the chest.
With a defender right there.
He put it right where he needed to. You can make an argument a number one wide receiver catches that.
You were looking for I don't know.
The point is that he actually threw the ball.
Around the guy's back?
No, but the point is we watched Dillon Gabriel have the lowest ADOT ever, and then Shador actually was able to throw the ball. And because we that final drive, Albert, I actually thought they had a chance to tie the game. If it was Dillon in that spot, zero chance. And I know I'm clinging to it, basically nothing. I get that, but it did look different than Dillon, and I think that matters.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to kind of go through that exercise because I do think to some degree people are I just don't know what you're clinging on to. And that's fair saying versus what you got, because what you got from Dillon wasn't great. Right. But I mean, I think if there's a valid criticism on the Browns of the handling of the quarterbacks is trading Kenny Pickett. That's my opinion, because I mean, Pickett isn't that much older than Shador, is he? What is he, 3 years older than him? Mm-hmm. So 3 or 4 years, whatever it is. You look at Kenny Pickett and it's he's probably not the answer either, but he's a former first-round pick. He's got better physical tools. He's been a starter in the league.
Yeah, but he sucks. Yeah, but he sucks.
Do you know that?
I watched him in Pittsburgh for 2 years, stinking up.
Yeah, you watched him in Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh gave up on him. But I'm saying, do you think that there's more of a chance that Kenny Pickett, based on talent and all that other stuff, Kenny Pickett, I think, has a better chance to be a long-term starter based on what we know than Shador Sanders does. I'm just I'm just trying to strip the hysteria out of this. And I am giving you guys a hard time here too. So don't take it the wrong way, but I'm trying to strip the hysteria out of this and just get you to treat Shador like any other player, which I think was what would serve him best too. Personally, I don't think. I think what Kevin and the coach have been trying to do is trying to give him a chance to develop properly. And, I think what we saw on Sunday were some flashes of some ability, but a guy who clearly wasn't ready to play. You know what I mean? He's just not ready to start in the NFL. And I think you can see it with his footwork. I think you can see it what he does with what he does in the face of pressure. You gave a lot for a defensive coordinator to work with, on that tape, and so again, I think that there's some stuff to like in what you saw with Shador from a ability perspective, but it's not we're talking about a Josh Allen or a Caleb Williams or that sort of talent. There's some ability there. And then I think you also saw a guy who's still pretty raw, who has a ways to go, and maybe you would benefit from sitting the whole year. I think you at least see some validity in the Browns handling us the way they did.
Yeah, I would also say, though, I understand we can throw to a Jordan Love or we can throw to a Mahomes. He's a fifth-round pick. If he's a developmental prospect, a lot of the things that we saw, holding onto the ball too long, the forcing a throw here or there, aren't those all things that the only way you truly get him out is if you just play?
I mean, I think that's a way to develop bad habits too. You know what I mean? If you go out there and you don't know what you're doing, or you're not ready for it, it kills your confidence. It's really hard to rebuild a kid's confidence when he's in the NFL. I mean, most of these guys come from college. I mean, most of these guys are stars on their teams, right? Like, and I know, like, you know, and even guys who are drafted in the 5th and 6th and 7th round, a lot of times those guys were really good college, like really, really good college players, you know? And so, like, you know, I think, like, they all come to the league with some level of confidence. You wouldn't have made it there if you didn't have it, you know? And, like, the worst thing you can do is go and kill a kid's confidence, because at that level of the sport, it's hard to get it back, you know? And so does that mess up his clock if he's out there and he's taking hits, and, like, does he get sped up? And then if he gets sped up, how do you fix that, you know? Because he can't see it quite fast enough yet, or it's just, there's a million things that can happen with a quarterback where, you know, like Sam Darnold's a good example of it. You know, like Sam Darnold got thrown out there before he was ready. They put too much on his plate. He wasn't ready to run an offense that was, you know, being called by Peyton Manning's old offensive coordinator, Adam Gase. And, like, he got in his own head. That's where the seeing ghosts thing came from. You know what I mean? Like, it took years to fix that with him, you know? So, I think in a lot of cases, like, you know, and Sam came into the league, he was really, really raw. You know, like, he had a long way to go. He's talented, but he had a long way to go. There are a lot of examples of that, of guys who, you know, like, I think can benefit from sitting and learning in the background and making progress and not going and getting thrown out there and having their confidence crushed, you know, because I think at that level of the sport, if your confidence craters, it's really difficult and it takes a lot of time to get it back.
Yeah, and like you mentioned that, and one thing that I honestly
That's
would...
one thing Matt LaFleur said to me. I will say that. Like,
yeah.
Let me just give you guys an example so you're not just listening to me, right? Like, Matt LaFleur, when I asked him about sitting Jordan Love for 3 years, his response to me when I asked him about that, like, he was like, well, in retrospect, I asked him, in retrospect, did that kind of work out the way it should? And he said to me, I think every quarterback should get that. And his point was the one I just made. I'm sort of stealing it from him, you know. But he said, like, once he's like, if you throw him out there before he's ready, it's going to kill his confidence. You kill his confidence, it's really hard to get it back.
Well, so on that then, do you think that they're burning almost two quarterbacks? Because one takeaway that I did have, Albert, after that game, and we'll see how this goes for Shador, is I actually had empathy for Dylan Gabriel. As much as I didn't think of him as being some great prospect or anything, you have the 32nd ranked offensive line. You know, Dylan got pressured 25 times in the Jets game. Shador got pressured on 12 of 21 throws in that game. They blitzed him like crazy. But you have an awful offensive line, and you don't have much of a receiving core. Like, you can make an argument that really good quarterbacks would struggle with what the Browns are currently presenting as an offensive plan.
I mean, I think you see some things, though, with Dylan. Like, as much as he's not, like, I think Dylan, like, my feeling is Dylan's, like, ceiling is probably being Chase Daniel. I think you guys, like, that's fair, right? Like, he's probably somebody like that who I think can be good for a quarterback room, can be in the league for a long time, eventually smart kid, like, can grow into somebody who can be a resource for your starter. And if you got to throw him out there for a game or two, you can survive. Like, I think that's Dylan, which isn't, like, there's no shame in that, but I think that's sort of what Dylan is, you know? And you can see those things with Dylan already. Like, I think there's less of a risk that you're going to kill Dylan's confidence just because he's more evolved as a quarterback. And you can see little things like, you know, like when he gets blitzed, he throws hot. How often did you see Shador do that? Like, Shador's not really throwing hot, right? You see Shador, the blitz comes, his eyes drop, and all of a sudden, like, 5 guys are in his face, and he's running for his life. Like, you know, there's things built into these offenses where it's like, okay, like, you know, I see the extra guy coming. This guy's going to be open. I'm throwing it fast. I'm getting rid of it fast. You know, it's just little things like that, like, where I think you see it with Dylan, where it's like, all right, like, you know, he's not excelling, but you aren't crushing him. You aren't totally annihilating, because he has an idea of what to do in those situations. You put a quarterback out there who doesn't know how to deal with those situations, and then he gets his head knocked off in the process. It's really going to harm his ability to develop that in the long run, which I think is sort of like the overall point that a lot of coaches would make on these guys, is that, like, a lot of these guys are forced out there too quickly, and a lot of that can relate to the state of a franchise, or a coach's job security, or other factors that shouldn't really play into it.
Albert, if it was up to Kevin Stefanski, do you think Shador would be here at all?
It's a good question. I think like now my understanding was he was pretty high on their board, you know, for where he was picked. Like, now obviously, like, there's a limit to how much you can say that, because they had a higher grade on Dylan Gabriel. Otherwise they wouldn't have taken Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round. So, I like my understanding was it did get to the point where, and you guys know how they're not even magnets anymore. All of it's digitized. But when you have one name that's kind of above the rest, it's like, okay, like we can ignore that for so long. We have to ignore that. We can only ignore that for so long before we actually make a decision, and we actually pull that name off the board. And, I think they got to that point with Shador. Did Kevin have misgivings on that because of how that related to how that might have affected the rest of the guys, on the roster, how it might have affected the locker room, and is it worth it with a 5th round pick? Then yeah, I would say yes, that there's that he would have some questions about that. And sorry, my kid came in here and whispered something in my ear, and I'm distracted, which is why I sound like I was delaying there.
No worries at all.
He was probably like, Shador doesn't look that bad, Dad. Be nicer.
He did a wrist up.
He has basketball and lacrosse tonight, and he came over to me and he whispered into my ear, I want to go at lacrosse. And I ignored him at first, and then he repeated it. I'm like, get away from me, buddy. Enough. Good. I'll take you to lacrosse. So anyway.
Is it safe to say then, if you were running the Browns right now, you'd play Bailey Zappi then instead of Shador this week against the Raiders with Dylan still in the concussion protocol?
I mean, based on what I see, and I'm not a scout or a coach, so I want to be clear about that. But I did see you're going to be going up against Patrick Graham this week, right? And one of the more complex defenses that you'll face. So maybe he'll look good. Maybe they can game it up because the Raiders don't have great players, or maybe Patrick Graham puts him in a blender. And then where does that leave you? You know what I mean? Now you got to unwind some of those things. I don't know. I don't have the information that Kevin Stefanski or Tommy Reese or any of those guys have on where he is coming out of that. You know what I mean? But I think you guys would agree. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you guys would agree. There were a lot of plays in that game where it looked like he really didn't know what he was looking at. And all right, I'm going to try to run to get myself out of this. And I think he figured out pretty quickly that he can't get away from the rush the way he could in college. I'd say there were a handful of plays like that, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah. Nobody here actually thought he played well
bad
on Sunday.
Yeah, he looked bad.
Yeah. So there's that thing about it, where it's okay, how are you ever going to get him? So now, this is an example, right? Those plays where, he drifts and now all of a sudden he's screwing his tackles over, right? So his tackles are kind of blocking to a spot and he is backing into that spot. All right. Now, those plays have resulted in big hits. On other plays, he's getting pressure from the middle. Are you going to, do you trust that this week all of a sudden he's going to start stepping up in the pocket, or is he going to reinforce bad habits?
Yeah, I think that's what the practice is for now.
Can you simulate that in practice?
Against Myles Garrett and Mason Graham, I think he might be able to.
In a week? Well, do you think that bad habit that he had for 4 years in college is going to be solved in a week of practice? I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. But I think it's a complicated situation. I think it's complicated by his last name. I personally think based on what I know, I think that their intention was to redshirt him this year and maybe get a look at him at the end of the year. And I think what happened on Sunday represents why. And so now, the good news is now they'll get a chance to go and build something for him and try to scheme something up that is going to give him a better chance in this game. But again, I think if anybody's expecting some miracle, I don't know what to tell you. And that's where the Tebow mania thing comes in. I remember going through that. And anything positive that happens in one of these games, it's oh my God, see, you know what I mean? Oh, he threw a ball into the flat against all odds. It's with Tebow, where I remember Marion Barber fumbled the ball. Marion Barber on the Bears fumbled the ball, and that was why the Broncos won that game. And it was almost like the hand of God knocked the ball out of Marion Barber's hands. Tebow mania lives. They won that game 9-8 or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's sort of what you're dealing with right now, which again, is entertaining for all of us, but I'm not necessarily as great for your football team.
Albert, we got to run, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Albert.
All right. I hope I didn't offend you guys too much.
Not at all.
We're pretty hard to offend. Yeah.
Like I said, that was fun.
I had fun. Did you have fun?
I had a lot of fun.
Albert, we'll talk to you next week, buddy.
Thanks, Albert.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Bleep that guy. No kidding. Albert Breer there of the MMQB on the Fan Hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
All right, the general consensus is if you like Shador Sanders, we beat Albert's ass in that segment. If you hate Shador Sanders, he beat our ass in that segment. That is what Twitter thinks of Albert's hit with us today.
That's exactly how they should feel in many ways. But that was wild. The declarative statements after a half of a football game is just I didn't see that coming was all.
Is it bad that while he was, because there are some valid points I think Albert's making in there. Absolutely.
For sure there are. Who knows where this goes? That is part of the point of this.
I think Albert, like a lot of media members, I don't even think it's about Shador. Like I've seen people call Albert a Shador hater. I don't think this has anything to do with the kid. So much of the response to Shador, I think, is to the noise around him.
Yeah.
And I think that's hard for people to understand. I also think that Albert, just in the same way that I think it's fair to say maybe the Shahive misses the point with Shador, I think people who have been critical about the noise and let's separate the art from the artist, let's separate the noise from the player, I think those same people are making the opposite mistake, but it's basically essentially the same damn mistake.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we let this one play out just a little bit longer before we go down the road if anyone was right or anyone was wrong.
It's
the lamest sports talk radio thing you can do of let's let this play out a little bit, but I want to let this play out a little bit.
I am rooting for like a 250-yard, 3-touchdown, maybe 1 INT performance from Albert, performance from Shador.
Some people thought he gave that today.
So we can see Albert next Tuesday and just... Because he was like 3 minutes early on the call. He listened to the traffic.
He was ready to go. He said he'd been waiting 72 hours or 48 hours for this interview.
Albert was jazzed up.
He was excited to get here.
I don't think I've heard Albert this jazzed up since maybe the Baker Wars.
It was prime Albert. It was prime Albert.
I know. After Ohio State lost to Michigan last year. That is as red-faced as I've heard.
That was more fan-induced. You know what I mean? That was more his beloved of Ohio State. This is that you could tell that was a man that had done a lot of conversations about a 5th-round pick in Shador Sanders that he feels is exactly that, a 5th-round pick, and then he's fed up with it all. Is kind of the synopsis there.
So we obviously have Coach Lance Reisland coming up next. So we are going to have a lot of Albert reaction to start tomorrow's show. But if you guys missed it. Albert was hot on the trails. I listened to a lot of Shador pushback. I could only hear him say Kenny Pickett. But how do we know Kenny Pickett wasn't going to be good, though, when I had to, because he sucks? I did push back on that.
Yes.
But great stuff from Albert and Coach Lance Reisland coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Will Lane Kiffin stay or will he go? Kiffin's family has recently toured both Florida and LSU, and his current employer, Ole Miss, has reportedly issued a November 28th deadline and decision from Lane, even though Lane did deny that report on the Pat McAfee show earlier today. As to will Lane stay or go, I truly think it's a flip of the coin at this point, and on this Tuesday, I think that coin lands on the Lane train, staying put in Oxford, Mississippi. I'm Zach Gelb.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
Stars rise, legends are made, and one player rules them all. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, brings you King of the Court every Tuesday. Here's the deal. DraftKings puts up $1 million in bonus bets each week. Opt in, apply your token, and place a $5 pregame bet on the NBA star you think will dominate each Tuesday. If they finish the night leading the league in points, rebounds, and assists, they're crowned King of the Court, and you win your share. Download DraftKings Sportsbook and use code 923WKRK for your shot at a share of $1 million in bonus bets with code 923WKRK in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. One token per customer that expires at the start of the final NBA game when offered. Winning shared as $1 million in non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Rob Berkowitz from the Center for Orthopedics with an Ask the Expert segment. Dr. Berkowitz, today I want to talk about pain shooting down the arm, and what does that mean?
It's often caused by a pinching of the nerves in the neck. We call this cervical radiculopathy.
And I'm not even going to try to pronounce what you just said, but what are some of the causes?
The cause of cervical radiculopathy is a pinched nerve in the neck, usually from a herniated disc or a bone spur from the joints in the neck.
And generally, what's the outlook like for some of the patients?
75 to 80% of patients with pain shooting down their arm from a pinched nerve in their neck will have resolution on their own within 2 to 3 months.
And finally, if you have this, what are some of the treatment options?
Physical therapy, injections into the neck with steroids, and occasionally chiropractic manipulation. Surgical treatment for cervical radiculopathy. The surgeon goes down to where the nerves are being pinched and unpinches them. Most patients have an excellent outcome.
All right, Dr. Berkowitz, thank you so much for your time. There's Dr. Rob Berkowitz from the Center for Orthopedics, of course. And if you out there have questions or concerns, you can call today at 440-329-2800.
This is Attorney Tom Merriman. If you get severely injured in a freeway crash or trucking accident, text me at 216-522-9000, day or night. Get Merriman legal so we can move fast. Make my team your team.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Since 1982, Tri-C's Public Safety Training Academy has prepared the first responders who keep Northeast Ohio safe. Choose from police, fire, EMS, and dispatch communication, all led by seasoned public safety professionals. You'll train in lifelike, immersive simulations and gain hands-on experience with advanced technology in Tri-C's state-of-the-art facility. Whether you're starting out or changing careers, this is where your future begins. Visit tri-c.edu/public safety to get started.
This is Cleveland's #1 and most listened to sports station. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland Sports. Cleveland Sports is 92.3 The Fan. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Extend Technologies. Check them out at xtendav.com today for the latest and greatest in home electronic solutions. The Browns were off from practice today, but they return tomorrow ahead of Sunday's game against the Raiders. We did get more details today on the robbery at Shador Sanders' home during Sunday's Browns-Ravens. Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We trust our guys. We trust our backup players to be ready to go, and Shador's ready to go. Obviously, I know he wants to play better. I want to coach better, all those type of things, but that'll come through work.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in just about 40 minutes here, but Browns lost on Sunday. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? My boy on the gram, not...
Is his name Graham?
No.
Graham on the gram?
Nor is he on cocaine that I know of. But Thomas saying, hey, I got an idea. Why don't we talk about Browns quarterback? As opposed to what, my boy? like when you... you know what, guys? I think it's time we talk about. I'm gonna give you 3 full hours on Craig Porter Jr.
Well, what's funny too is then if you do other things, then people are go, "Why are you talking about that? We have football to discuss. It's football season."
I think what's happening is Thomas and several other people.
Damned if we do, damned if we don't.
Well, no. What this is you can no longer get pissed that we're talking about a 5th-round quarterback and the backup quarterback, because you just don't want anyone to talk about Shador because you're over it, which I do understand. I do. Sometimes, believe it or not, we get a little verklempt talking about I don't think that's the right word.
Oh, Nick Wilson.
He said a word and it wasn't the right context.
Oh, Nick Wilson.
And it had multiple syllables.
No.
However, we also get a little tired of this as well. But I think it's just people don't want to talk about Shador Sanders. That's actually the number one reason why I want Shador to go out there and be really good on Sunday.
It's really unfortunate if that's the take that you have, because it's what we're going to talk about.
Also, what if this kid's listen, if this kid ends up being bad and he's out, he's not on the Cleveland Browns after this year. Okay, he was a 5th-round pick. Also, who happened to be on the team. Okay, bye.
And maybe if you're not interested in talking about the quarterback of the team that you root for, then maybe just football isn't for you. Like, maybe that's the takeaway you have to have out of this. Maybe football just isn't for you.
So, like, if you were like a self-proclaimed football guy,
yeah, maybe you're not.
And you were like living in your fears about the quarterback that you've allegedly like supported for the last 3 weeks, I think it was. Who knows how long? It would be unbecoming of you of a football guy to be living in your fears. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
That was not about my guy Thomas. Now that being said, it's Tuesday at 6 p.m., and it's time for Coach Lance Riesland. He's part of the Tailgate Show with JP, and he joins us every single Tuesday at 6 p.m. on the Fan Hotline. Coach, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Hey, guys, what's going on? I am a football guy, so I am ready to roll. So
oh, yeah, you are, Coach.
Quarterback.
All right, so...
Brown's got a new quarterback, I heard.
Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Apparently, people on social media know who he is as well. How much can 1 week of practice, how much of a difference can that make for Shador Sanders?
Well, I think that early script can really be beneficial throughout the week of practice. So I think if I was coaching, I would take that script from 10, 12 plays and bump it up to 16, 18. And I would focus on those 16 to 18 plays and then kind of build off that, because you can, have the same formations and run some of the same plays. But that opening script that Kevin has been really good at in his career, that's really important this week. And those are the key reps. With the NFL, regardless of what level of football it is, you only have so many reps. You really only have a couple work days. So these next couple of days, when you get to like Wednesday, Thursday, those are really the important days. So that script is that opening drive, first couple drives are very important for Shador.
All right, you did all the film research you can possibly do. You're a quarterback's guy. I was going to say you're a quarterback's quarterback, but that doesn't really make any sense. So we'll just roll with this, Coach. What did you see in your diagnosis of Shador on Sunday? The good, the bad, and everything in between.
Well, the good was he played with a tremendous poise, and the game's not too big for him. Now, the game's a little fast for him, but that's normal for a rookie. I thought he did a really nice job on the early check down, and what I mean by that is he hit Njoku, same play they ran when he hit Fannin, right? It was a high-low inside, so he did a nice job. It was open on the first time. He took that underneath route, and then he came back and hit Fannin with his best throw of the day. He also threw a nice ball on the smash concept rolling out. He did a nice job on the scramble. obviously some of the things that are the concerns. He's holding on to the ball a little bit long. It seems like he was kind of seeing things that he wasn't used to. They did a really nice job of pressuring him. On that interception, for some reason, they set protection right. They had 3-on-1, didn't block the overload. So he had some issues. The issues he has, if you watch his feet are happy, and that's because of his time at Colorado, right? He just has bad habits with his feet, especially when live bullets happen. Now, full week of work, let's see what happens. Just like I said with Dylan, got to be consistent. Now you have to let him go through, play poorly. Let's see what he does after playing poorly.
So I heard friend of the show, friend of the station, gentleman and scholar Jeff Phelps say it was a shame we didn't see Dylan Gabriel in the second half because he thought he saw development from Dylan in the first half. I thought Dylan looked like crap in the first half. What say you?
No, I did not think he looked like crap. Now, I will say this. I thought he did a nice job on the over route to Tillman. I thought he did a really nice job. Thought the play design on the rocket where he hit Tillman down the seam, I thought he threw that very well. So I did see some development. I also saw his feet in the right place. I saw him going, I was a little concerned a couple weeks before he wasn't going to the right spot. It looked like he was going to the right spot. Still had some accuracy issues. But yeah, when I say progression, I thought he was going to the right spot. I thought he made some better throws. But once again, I think the problems a lot of the problems that Dylan has, if Shador has those as well, the supporting cast, the lack of pass protection, the lack of receivers, those things often show up if you're not an elite quarterback. And I'm not saying they won't be, but if you don't have that elite supporting cast, it's hard sometimes. Weather and wind and offensive line and receivers, those aren't excuses. Those are real things that affect a quarterback. So obviously if Shador can go out there and play really, really well, then maybe you found your guy, because in my history of 40 years of football, if you don't have that elite supporting cast, it's hard to be successful, especially early on.
All right, Coach, I wanted to have you make a point about special teams, because in the pregame show you had made the comment about basically it'll get fixed. They just need to put better players on special teams. What did you see on Sunday? Well, it did look better to me. Did you see the different players out there, Diabate, those type of guys, the way that you wanted?
Yeah, you put Diabate out there, Delpit on there, you had Schlesinger on there, you had a lot of starters on there, and there's two special teams that can cost you a football game. It's the punt team and it's the kickoff team. So those affect the defense immediately. So if you're having trouble with those, you got to put some starters out there, because they're costing you field position. And if I'm that defense that's playing at a high level, I want that team to have to go 80 yards, not 60. So yeah, I saw those guys out there. They covered very well. I gotta give Bubba Ventrone a lot of credit. They did a really nice job last Sunday after having just an pretty awful season. They played pretty well last week, and I think it had a lot to do with he got some guys out there that were some high-level guys, starters on defense, that ran down and kind of made a difference.
All right, Coach, I got to be honest with you. The defense got bailed out because Shador played, because the fake tush-push touchdown for Mark Andrews was, as good as they played the rest of the game, was an abysmal play to give up. What happened on the not tush-push touchdown that gave the Ravens the win?
Well, I'm actually going to have a little fight back on you there. I'm going to I disagree, and here's why.
Son of a...
They came out... So here's what they did. They came out and they went to a 6-man front. They brought an extra D tackle. They took away the quarterback sneak. Now, as a defense, when I was head coach, I would tell my defensive coordinator, take away what they're going to do here. That's what they were going to do. It was 4th and short. It was they made a good call. And sometimes as a coordinator, you go, the other team wins. So they did a really nice job. They were all down inside. They simply ran a simple gap. They had Ricard kick out Delpit, and he was off to the races. I think Schlesinger was the guy who was supposed to have him, but Schlesinger was ready to jump over the pile because he's a maniac, and I love him. And then I think he got caught inside. But for me, I'm not going to blame the defense. In fact, I think the defense did a nice job of saying, you know what, we're going to take away the quarterback sneak. If they beat us with something else, if they have the guts to run something else, they can do it. And they did it, and give Monken credit. But for me, that was check for the defense, not really a negative. Check for the offense, not a negative against the defense.
All right, Coach, at one point you'd commented with Schlesinger that the way that sometimes these young linebackers have it, where he's so fast and he's so good, but he over-pursuits. It seems like in recent weeks, not only has he stopped some of that, it seems like it's all kind of come together for him. What are you seeing?
Well, it's a couple things he does very, very well. He is, first of all, he can play tackle to tackle and sideline to sideline. That's hard to do because usually the bigger guys can't run, smaller guys can't play he's doing a much better job of stacking and shedding those offensive linemen. I mean, when those linemen are coming at him, he's going to meet them. In college, he could wait and kind of get rid of them. You can't do that in the NFL. If you wait for those offensive linemen, they're going to knock you down because they're 300-plus pounds. So inside, he's seeing what he believes in what he sees, and he pulls the trigger, and that means he's moving forward all times. And then he runs like a DB when he's in the open field. He tackles so well. He's breaking down. He's also, like, when you say that, for me, he's believing what he's seeing. So if they're running zone, he's reading the double team, and he's coming right now to where the double team is supposed to be. So he's learning the game. He's learning where these guys are going to run. He understands blocking schemes. But he can also drop back in the middle of the field on Tampa, too. He's a really high-level guy that's playing at a really, really high level right now, and I think he's only going to get better as he gets stronger.
All right, Coach, let's go to the one of the other highly drafted defensive players. What are you seeing out of Mason Graham?
Well, Mason Graham had a really, really active day. If you look at a couple of those sacks from Miles, it was because Mason either set the edge or Mason had pressure and made the quarterback either step up or get outside the pocket. That was Mason and Malik inside really causing internal pressure. That internal pressure is really helping Miles because there's nowhere to step up right now. And if you don't have anywhere to step up, that means when he's coming around the edge, we all watched the Browns for years where Miles would come around the edge and almost be there. Well, it's because the quarterbacks can step up because there was no internal pressure. So they're getting Mason and Malik Graham, and even, Shelby Harris, Hall had a couple of really good pressures. That internal pressure from Mason Graham and those guys is helping Miles a ton. Mason Graham is a guy who's violent with his hands. He's a guy who will probably never, ever stack the stat sheet, but he will be a pain in the you-know-what for offensive corners for a long time. He's playing at a real high level, too.
Coach, back to the offense. I want to go back to something you'd said on Sunday in the pregame show and talking about the offensive line and the players around the quarterback. The offensive line right now is grading out as the worst in the league. The wide receivers aren't that much better. When you have that type of combination, and I want you to focus on the offensive line and really how much it's struggled, are we giving these quarterbacks even a chance to have success based off of the players around them?
Well, I think they got to help that offensive line out a little bit because what you're saying, JP, no, they're not. And the idea of, those guys taking big hits and not seeing, Dylan having things in it, people in his face, and Shador, taking big hits from overload pressure. No, but they got to help those guys out a little bit. They got to change the pass protection a little bit, slide maybe left and right a little bit, just so those defensive linemen have a little bit, it's kind of like, in the secondary, changing the coverage. They got to do that for their offensive line, so they're not always blocking the same way. Right now they're blocking big on big. The guards got the defensive tackles, and the tackles have the defensive ends. They have to change that up a little bit, maybe slide either way so they can help them a little bit because they're asking some of those guys to do things I don't know if they can do. You cannot ask KT Levinston, and I love his effort. Can't ask him to kick block. He can't do it right now. Maybe he can next year, but right now he can't. So they got to help those guys because you're saying it. Regardless, I don't know how good Shador's going to play because of the surrounding cast around him. And if he does play well, that will be a kudos to him because he doesn't have a lot to work with right now. So, yeah, they're going to halt this progression of these quarterbacks because you can't really get a good look. You can't get the third progressions. You can't run the football, etc.
Coach, can't wait for my burger, buddy. It's great to hear from you.
You're going to end with that, huh? End and get out, huh? All right, I got you.
I'm looking forward to that. Honestly, it's like a mic drop.
I got you. Hey, fair. Listen, I'll call like I see it. It's fair. I'll look for it. I'll bring it in. You guys can eat one day. I'll bring it in the studio for sure.
And then you come in.
Does that mean I get a burger too? Is that how that works?
Though. What's that?
Does that mean I get a burger too? Is that if you're bringing burgers in?
Absolutely, we'll do. Yeah, absolutely. We'll have burgers one day. Absolutely. You got to find a spot though. I need a good spot. You guys know the spots. I need a spot down there to get one for us.
Yeah, I think I can find
or maybe you're still picking it. We got lots of games left.
I don't think that's 3-Win Wilson says you owe me a burger.
Nick, this is how Coach is, though. It's amazing. Like, even on Sunday, he was like, wait, who's counting them out of the playoffs? I'm like, I am, Coach. I am. He's like, well, you can still win every game. But this is just, I love how your brain thinks because you're an eternal optimist and you're constantly thinking like, well, wait, there's 8 games left on the schedule. We got 8 wins on the schedule.
That's it. I mean, I'm never losing a game before I play it. I never will, ever.
Yeah, I'm never losing a burger. All right, buddy, be good.
All right, see you guys.
Cleveland.com's Lance Reisland on the Fan Hotline. Coach Riz is awesome. Great stuff with him. We'll react to what he had to say and more in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Browns while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability, as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Coach didn't let the segment end without also sending me a non-push tush play. That's what he said, and sent me the actual draw up of the play. So it feels like all of our guests today have been very spicy.
That's as spicy as Coach gets, by the way.
Yeah,
is the idea of like, I strongly disagree with that, then explaining why in football terms, and then following it up with a play that he obviously had charted already.
Yeah, Albert wouldn't let you finish a sentence.
No.
And then Coach was like, respectfully, I think you're wrong here, and then had like the nicest detailed approach ever.
Well, hey, Jeff Lowe was pretty decent when it came to back and forths.
Yeah, he was pretty amiable.
I thought you had it going on. Even though I guess you kind of debated Glenn Powell and Timothy Chalamet with him, so maybe it's just
that got real contentious.
Maybe it's just the show that we are, though. We have people on and we just don't let them say things and then just kind of just move along like other shows.
Like what shows would you be?
I don't know. Which ones would I be getting at?
Is there like a show,
or maybe they have different people on a weekly basis and then just kind of let them say whatever they want with no pushback. I don't know. I don't know what show I'd be referencing there,
and neither do I. There's not one that comes to mind. Certainly, like right away.
Nothing comes to mind right away.
Yeah,
nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Can't think of a single one.
Not a single thing.
So anyway.
Now, because we do have a little time after Coach, I did want to get to Albert's answer on if it was up to Kevin Stefanski, would Shador be here? I want to play this because, one, he says, great question. And as you know, I love when my questions are given love.
And he very rarely gives off a great question, Albert.
Yeah, but if he does, it's usually to me.
That's very nice.
Every once in a while,
that's very nice of you to...
All right, that was a D move.
Really needed that one, huh?
That was the D move.
Really needed that one.
All right, we're fighting with Albert. We're fighting with the morning show on Twitter. We got a lot of beefs going. Solidarity. I got solidarity with no one but you right now, okay? All right.
Everyone in my life is all right, people in my life are fine. Everyone here in this space at this moment,
except for
with
Jax,
the exception of you and Jax,
Jake,
can all kick rocks at the moment. Every one of you.
Poor Markoch. He just got here and you just cut him down in his prime.
Markoch didn't even say hi to me today.
Yes, exactly.
Well, who's Markoch to me at this point?
I told him I'm going to move him down the ginger rankings at the station if he keeps us up. We're going to hire another person with red hair and freckles to come in just so I can kick Markoch down to the G2 level, as it's called.
Yeah, the man might as well be one of those troll dolls to me at this point. Who cares about Markoch at this point?
I think that was meaner than anything I said. Albert Breer, on if it was up to Kevin Stefanski, would Shador even be here?
Now, my understanding was he was pretty high on their board, for where he was picked. Now, obviously, there's a limit to how much you can say that because they had a higher grade on Dylan Gabriel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken Dylan Gabriel in the third round. My understanding was it did get to the point where when you have one name that's kind of above the rest, it's okay, we can ignore that for so long. We have to ignore that. We can only ignore that for so long before we actually make a decision, and we actually pull that name off the board. Did Kevin have misgivings on that because of how that related to how that might have affected the rest of the guys on the roster? How it might have affected the locker room? And is it worth it with a fifth round pick? Then yeah, I would say yes, that there's that he would have some questions about that.
So that actually offers a lot of clarity if you listen, especially the last 15, 20 seconds of that from Albert. As I was listening to it, I was kind of chuckling to myself. How funny would it be if the thing that undid the solidarity, the thought partners of Dee Podesta, Andrew Berry, and Kevin Stefanski, if that ended up being Shador Sanders?
There was some big divide between them all, and then even Dee Podesta was like, "I can't do this. I'm gonna go to baseball now."
Yes,
I lost the Shador wars, so all of a sudden I'm going to baseball.
Yeah, or if just it's clear that Kevin wanted to keep Pickett, Flacco, and Dylan. That's what he wanted to be his quarterback room. And he got it, I want to say, about 3 weeks of camp on that one. And then his dream blew up.
So this was always going to be the problem when you had a 4-quarterback discussion and race when we were talking about it this way, because just the same way me, you, any host in the station, we all couldn't agree on one through line for the 4 quarterbacks. There was no way. There had too many cooks in the kitchen. There was no way Stefanski, Barry, DePodesta, and Haslam, and anybody else you want to throw in there, we're all going to agree on what the proper order should be. And in every side of this, Nick, they had such strong takes, because everyone had such strong takes about how this should look, that of course it ended up in a situation where feelings get hurt, people feel like they're not being listened to, and all of a sudden a team that everyone feels a share of the guilt for where this thing has gone, you feel like you don't have an actual say in how the whole process is unfolding. And that's got to be damning for a lot of them.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. It came out in the interview, if you guys weren't listening to it, my biggest issue is not, hey, somebody's critical of Shador, or hey, somebody's critical of Dylan, or maybe favors giving Dylan more of an excuse, right? But the people that go, you just should have never traded Kenny Pickett. I don't know how long we can do this. The guy had a quarterback rating, a QBR of 38.9 in his final year in Pittsburgh. The guy stinks. The guy sucks. And it's not like,
I know, but he's got enough people in the media that are still willing to go to bat for the idea that there's a next iteration of Kenny Pickett that we're yet to see. And until that topples, he's always going to have people that are going to try to stick up for him in a way that you and I just won't.
But I think what's funny about this is, like, this to me proves, like, it's why when we've had the Kyler discussion or the Tua Tagovailoa conversation or the Kenny Pickett conversation, it's like, and honestly, this goes back to the Baker Mayfield conversation. There were people in the media who wanted to perpetuate some of the negatives about Baker because they just didn't like the guy, because he was kind of a pain in the ass. And the reality is, I'm not going to take you know what, Kenny Pickett, hey, he should still be here. Why? Because he's nice to the media? I don't give a rip. I watched him play football. Right. Pretty up close and personal. He stunk. He sucked. He's awful. And so, like, the idea of, if you said right now, Kenny Pickett or Shador Sanders, who has a better chance? So I'm choosing between a first-round quarterback that was a reach, that was probably a second-round talent because of where he played and the team that needed him, right? I'm either choosing from that guy, who, by the way, has played a butt ton of football and just been awful at it, or what I think was a second or third-round talent that slipped to the 5th round, not because of anything he did. Well, I shouldn't say anything he did, but predominantly because of the noise around him. Like, it's wild to me how the NFL machine is so afraid of the noise of Shador. I don't give a rat's ass about it. Listen, isn't it a little annoying that every time on the damn YouTube channel that people devolve into fighting over a quarterback that probably is going to play a couple games this year and we'll see about in the future? Yep, don't care. If the kid can play, and the reduction of Shador, who has played one game, 2 quarters, since last December, he's a product of the noise around him. Or, he wasn't even that good in college. It's like, we don't have to rewrite narratives. Here's the time. This is the point. This is the battlefield. The battlefield is Sunday against the Raiders. If the kid sucks, half the people are right. If the kid's good, half the people are right. But this idea that we have to go back and relitigate every other thing with this kid, you're speaking to the noise, you're not speaking to the person.
We've just done this long enough to know that anybody that's taking victory laps right now, a half of a game into somebody's career, at some point you're going to end up looking a little silly out of the whole ordeal. You're going to end up looking a little silly at some point. And so I just think maybe we've just, as a collective, the Shador haters, I know that when I speak and say this, I don't have the same legs to stand on as other people, because of course it's going to come across annoying to someone like myself that has stood behind Shador. But I don't know how people that are just like neutral on the whole entire thing aren't annoyed with the idea that in no other way do we in a half of a game of football say we definitively know anything about anyone. But it's happening here and it's bothersome.
Oh, I'm pretty annoyed. As Switzerland, as the guy who in no way is invested in any of the quarterbacks they have here. We are at make me a bicycle clown. I don't give a rip who you bring in here. I just want good quarterback play. And when I see a guy that can do that, I'm going to cheer the hell out of that guy. And when I see a guy that's Dylan Gabriel, I'm going to say that guy's not capable of what everybody thinks he's capable of. But this idea of this just bit like fighting each other over, like, guys, what the hell are you doing? I'm not saying, like, I'm not speaking to you or anything, but like, Guys, it's half a football.
It's half of a football game. I've never seen anything like it. Like you talk about like the hysteria, and people are like, "Oh, I can't believe it." It's not since this is Tebow juiced up on steroids, is what Albert had to say. I've never seen us 5th round, 3rd round, 1st round, doesn't matter what it is, after a half of a game of football, definitively say we know anything about a quarterback.
Well, there's a whole other segment of people who, while I've watched Dillon Gabriel be mid as hell, tell me, well, you got to be patient.
Yeah, constantly. Oh, you got to give him an opportunity, give him a chance. He's getting better and better, and then you can't do this with him, but okay, we can do it with Shador after a half.
And it's like, and by the way, like even in Albert's thing, he's like, well, I think Dillon Gabriel can be Chase Daniel, not our VP of programming. Congrats on the old bump up there, Chase.
Congrats.
No, the scrub ass quarterback who says Diana. They didn't say it anymore because he somehow got a better job than the one he had that he was bad at.
I left you, Diana.
I'm a backup Diana.
Deion Sanders Jr. said nice things about me instead of Anthony Lima. Hello, Diana.
Now, that being said, Chase Daniel, a 3rd round pick. People in the NFL are like, oh, well, but his best case scenario, his most likely case scenario is Chase Daniel. And yet I'm huffing paint for being like, oh, those are 3 nice plays that the kid made. I'd like to see, I'd like to see more of that. Like it's just, and that's the other thing.
You might be huffing paint regardless. We're not really sure.
You got to have a hobby.
Yeah, that's all it is.
My kids are getting older. They don't need me the same way. But
it takes up time. That's all.
It's just, again, like it's nobody. I do think the people who like Shador, I do think they're rooted in, I like Shador Sanders. I like what he stands for. I've liked him at Colorado, right? No matter where they're from. I think there is something about the supporters that it is about Shador. With the haters, or not even haters, the detractors, or people who are neutral on him and just sick of hearing about him, you're not really reacting to the kid. I can't say this enough. You're not reacting to the kid. Because you're not acknowledging the good stuff that this kid does, that he isn't a distraction. Meaning he doesn't come out and make himself the distraction, which was something that Johnny Manziel did, right? He's a kid that has been gracious in every media thing that he's gotten. He's a kid that by all accounts seemed to be working the way he needs to work. No, you're reacting to the people that support him on social media.
It just feels like there's too much dancing on graves, and I would say he's not even in the grave. You know what I mean? Like, but they're so quick. They want to dance on his grave. They want to celebrate this, and it just feels, I don't know. It feels dirty. It feels a little wrong.
I like the word gross.
Yeah, like it just does. Like, honestly, he didn't deserve this.
And honestly, a lot of the fights that I see, even on our beautiful 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat here. It's like, you guys realize you're humans, right? You realize he's a human, right? Mm-hmm. Like there is an element of this. Like, guys, I thought Dillon played. What was I thought the offense was acceptable against Minnesota. That's a guy I don't believe belongs as a guys. Here's the other thing: he shouldn't be starting. Dillon Gabriel has no place starting significant amounts of games in the NFL. If he's already a backup, if everybody agrees he's a backup, it's a massive waste of time to have a rookie backup potential start games. You're not developing him. How do you develop a backup? You sit his ass on the bench. Mm-hmm. But again, that's not, but you got to be patient with Dillon. No, the hell I don't. But even then, guys, I've said nice things about him when he plays well. I have. Mm-hmm. He hadn't played very well. But yet, somehow, and this is something that I want to get your take on real quick.
Yeah.
I don't think, even Jeff Phelps today being like, I thought Dillon looked better. No, I think people just saw Shador play bad, and then were like, well, Dillon looks world better. No, he didn't. Dillon also sucked on Sunday.
We were all really ready to be done with Dillon, and at the half, I thought the takes were going to be flying, and then obviously you got the word that it was what it was. I mean, it was indefensible. There's no other way to describe it, but at least we all gave Dillon a chance. We really did, and even saying it 6 games in, that's why one of my takeaways really has been the idea that there was just some empathy shown towards Dillon by myself with this setup and everything. Like, it's just not... It's not conducive to good quarterback play. That's very clear. But you can still decide what you want about a quarterback in enough time. But a half of a football game is not it.
Diana, my clone is in Cleveland, and he throws from the left side. Diana. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
stuck in.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight tonight. Low of 38.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Jonathan already said that. Well, I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool. Great stuff. Big Browns fan. Great stuff on Shador, whether he's expecting Shador to be bad on Sunday. Also great stuff with Albert Breer. Feisty Albert. Very spicy. I actually do like it spicy. At about 5:20. I did like it spicy. But Albert was great on the Shador stuff. Mm-hmm. Some have accused him of being a hater. I think Albert's just really sick of the noise, and I understand that. I just disagree with Albert on things. But Lance Reisland, Coach Lance, Coach Riz, Cleveland.com, and, of course, the Tailgate Show here on 92.3 The Fan, on the Fan Hotline at 6 o'clock tonight. I boasted about our burger bet that I'm going to win, but also great stuff on the Mark Andrews touchdown play that broke the Browns' back on Sunday, Shador's play, Dylan Gabriel's play, and so much more. That about covers it. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with the latest from Mike Tomlin as he was asked to address the suspension and everything around Jalen Ramsey and Jamar Chase. And obviously, if you guys are just new to what happened, Jamar Chase spit at Jalen Ramsey, and this was Mike Tomlin's response to that.
I have no message if someone spits in your face. Do what comes natural.
That's a football coach right there.
Yeah, do what's natural. I love that. I love the thought process there. I love the idea that you'll know. You can spit in the face. You're going to know. You'll know instinctively. You'll know what to do.
Yeah, and it's so funny because on one hand, I'm sick of players being like, yeah, there's just no grade or disrespect. Yeah, there is. There is. Somebody can try and shank you. Somebody can go after your, try and spend some biblically impressive time with your significant other. There are plenty other ways. If you're Draymond Green, somebody can call you Angel Reese. That being said, doesn't mean if somebody spits in your face, you shouldn't be able to just swing on them. Just once. Just one real good swing.
Maybe even multiple swings. I'm not sure.
I think multiple swings is too much.
Is that
I think
where
if
we
you
draw the
swing
line?
multiple times, maybe you just have anger
What if
problems.
your first swing is a miss? Do you get a rebound
Get
swing,
better
or
aim.
you just get one swing and that's
no
it?
me bounds. No me bounds.
Okay.
Pistons star Cade Cunningham was being interviewed by Kevin Durant and talked about where he wanted to avoid being drafted back in 2021.
Whenever the lottery was happening, it started cutting down. I'm like, it's final three. It's Cleveland, Houston, and Detroit. I'm like, don't let me go to Cleveland.
I mean, Cleveland and Detroit, I mean, what's the difference?
I don't know if it was the red and blue. I don't know if it was the hit like Isaiah Thomas. I was a big Bron fan growing up, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I'm not trying to go to Cleveland. Bro.
Yeah.
All right, should we take this personally?
This was Durant?
No, Cade Cunningham.
Oh, where did I get Durant from? To Durant.
Yeah, because
okay.
Durant's now positioning his second half career as an interviewer.
Oh, because that was
Kevin actually wasn't too bad as an interviewer, by the way. Wasn't good, but wasn't bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that was part of it. That could have happened. I don't know. I mean, why is Cade Cunningham being so picky here?
So my thing is the more I hear players say stuff like this, I just think back to the amount of players that we've had say, I didn't want to go to Cleveland. I didn't know anything about Cleveland, and I went to Cleveland, and I fell in love.
I mean, even Evan Mobley didn't really want to come to Cleveland.
Yes.
He elected to not come and do any of the visits or anything like that. He was trying to tell the Cavs not to draft him. The Cavs just called his bluff.
Yeah, so, I guess I don't take this personally the way I might have 10 years ago. Now, here's the other thing. Oh, no, we missed on Cade Cunningham. He's a tremendous player. But, I don't look back on that as, I wish we could have gotten Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. Also, the time where we were at, too, it changes everything then, especially around the Donovan, Darius Garland. There's a lot of conversations that are very different if you have Cade Cunningham on your team.
Yeah, then Darius is the one out. Now, Cade Cunningham and Donovan, that would have been interesting to watch because Cade's very tall.
That would have been very interesting to watch. All right, next up, Ole Miss hands Lane Kiffin an ultimatum on the coaching decision as LSU and Florida rumors swirl. Now, Lane Kiffin and his team have denied this. They say there's no ultimatum out there. They haven't been, offered an ultimatum. I 100% believe there's an ultimatum. Like the gall on Ole Miss to be like, we're gonna make you decide in any sort of time frame. Like if I'm Lane Kiffin, that's not the game I'm playing by at all.
Yeah, Ole Miss forgetting their Ole Miss is the most Ole Miss thing ever.
Yeah, what is this?
Now, this being said, I think what Ole Miss is forgetting is you can start doing your background work on candidates if you know Lane is looking for other jobs. And then if he doesn't take one, well, then you really didn't lose anything, right? Like to me, I hate when schools are like, well, we can't really plan for the future unless we know who the head coach is. It's like, no, you can start doing the background work you need to do. Like Lane taking time to deliberate this doesn't change your coach search at all unless you're just lazy. Which might be the case with Ole Miss.
And Lane can't even take offense to it because it's like, all right, you can't expect any solidarity to us. When you're not giving it to us, how do you expect us to act any differently?
And I don't think Lane would. I have heard in the last 24 hours, Joey Freshwater will ride again. Lane to Florida is as good as done.
I was kind of hoping that he would end up waiting and stalling and then seeing what NFL offers would pop up.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think guys like Lane, another guy they think should really reconsider the NFL? Ryan Day. If you win a national championship this year, remember, Ryan actually has coached
and go
in
out
the NFL.
On the highest of highs?
Yes, because, listen, if you go to the NFL and you're there for 5 years, it doesn't work out, right? You go the Chip Kelly route. You're going to have any job you want 5 years from now. Hell, you might even have Ohio State again in 5 years from now.
Yeah, if you win back-to-back, basically they'll kick just about anybody out the door to get you back in. I don't know that you get to the mountaintop and you really have solidified yourself as one of the top college coaches to then leave, but we've always talked about Ryan Day to the NFL. It's always been on his mind. But if I'm Lane Kiffin, I'm holding out. I want to see what NFL teams offer. I want to see how much money can be basically just thrown in my direction. A team like Miami, for instance, I think would make a lot of sense for Lane Kiffin. But you hear Florida's happening?
The Florida Gators, yeah.
Was that report the one guy had that was like, it's happening Sunday, and then the guy turned around and was like, no, I got news. It's not actually Sunday now.
No.
Did you see that at all this weekend?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
no.
It was one of those Florida reporters. He's like, Sunday's the day, guys. Pay attention to Sunday. And then Sunday came, and he was like, so I'm hearing it's not Sunday, guys.
Call me crazy. I'd take LSU over Florida all day
I would
and all night.
I would too at this point. You get better players at LSU at this point than you do Florida.
Also, Florida's just, so many coaches have failed.
The problem is LSU doesn't understand who they are, and the LSU fan base doesn't understand who they are. They're a little delulu.
I don't know if they're listening. Happy anniversary to my in-laws. Today is their anniversary. My mother-in-law posted a very nice Facebook thing on those two crazy lovebirds. So always great to celebrate an anniversary. I think this is, math is hard. It's not 35, is it? It might be 35. So that's a big milestone there.
Their Frank Thomas year of anniversaries.
Okay, how annoyed would Elise be if just much like I know with Daryl,
this is what I do. This is what I do in life. Not just birthdays. It's just a birthday.
This is baby. It's our Kenny Lofton birthday, and we're gonna go to Arizona because that's where he's from. As a celebration.
You have to celebrate with the player.
Well, yeah, he's not going to be in the. He's not going to be in the.
It's optional, I guess.
The bedroom night. Come on now.
Well. No, Kenny, maybe he'd want to be involved in
That's
such a
true.
thing.
That's true. He loves love.
That man does love love.
Big thanks to
right,
Jax Gregory on the board. Yes, big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Michael Markoch and Katie Pollock on the 2020s. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow. Hey, we didn't talk about barista strippers today. I think our bosses are going to love that one. We'll be back tomorrow, too, guys, on a hump day. See you then.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with the Honesty Sports Minute. When Pete Carroll was let go by the Seahawks, he already won a Super Bowl, won the Russell Wilson